Hello, and welcome. Welcome to another live. It's West Indies versus Australia, and it is the second T20 matchup between these two teams. Right now, there's a poll going on in the live chat. Which team will win this one? All right, if you're just joining us, welcome. If you're a returning viewer or subscriber, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. If you're new to the space, comment in the chat, guys. Let's keep the chat going. Remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. So West Indies won the toss and they elected to bowl. So Australia is bowling and Australia is batting. And we just witnessed a six there. So I'm going to turn it over right now to my co-host, Rurian. Rurian, how are you doing? And welcome.
Fairly well, thank you, Natasha. Interesting start here by David Warner trying to take the attack to the West Indies as he goes for 10 of the first three balls here. That ball up first and then reverse sweeping a six over third man and now going down the ground for a boundary. So putting Akil Hussain under tremendous pressure in this first over, and that's similar to the way they started in the first T20I. So Akil will have to find a way to combat Warner's attack here as they seek to get a better start to proceedings here. So good comeback with the fourth delivery from Akil Hussain. Warner plays this one back to him. Ball well, lying down about the leg stump, turning away, and he wasn't able to put that one away. The fifth ball of the over again on that leg stump line, and Warner unable to get that to tuck that one into the leg side, squared up a bit of full length delivery on that leg stump line, and Warner unable to put that one away. Here's Dane again to Warner, and Warner drives this one into the covers, and that's the end of the over. So after one over, it is Australia 10 runs without loss. Warner showing that intention that he's going to be playing his shots here. He is 10 from 6, and that's the latest score here at the Adelaide Adelaide Oval. So that's what's happening. Thank you guys if you are here with us today. Just a little bit of information that you would find interesting. So West Indies going into this contest with an unchanged team. The Australians making one change. Um, it's Sean Abbott coming out and Spencer coming in for a game in this one. So that's the change for the Australians. And that's what we have here. Not too sure who will take up the second over for the West Indies. It's going to be Jason Holder, as I can see now. So Jason Holder coming in with that second over. Jason Holder was the bowler who took the first wicket in that first T20I, and probably that's why Captain Rodman Powell is going, you know, with Jason Holder to Josh Inglis as he was able to dismiss him in that first T20I. So really interesting times ahead as Jason Holder comes into bowl to English, who's in behind that one and knocks that one behind point. Head off for a single shot, a shy at the stumps, successful. I think English made it back, but he was heading off for a single just to get off the mark. He didn't get any response from his partner, Warner, and I think they might just check this upstairs. The West Indies team isn't too happy, too interested in what is happening there. But let's see how close this one is. He's back safely by about a quarter of a bat, but that was a close call there for just English. But a good start here by Holder. Good start, back of a length, searching there, and English wandering a bit out of his crease and almost getting run out there. Uh Holder again into English, who goes for a swing, and this one goes over the short fielders on the offside. This is the fourth ball of the over, by the way, and it heads into the third man boundary for four. So after three dot balls, English going for a shot, trying to go through mid wicket, getting a thick outside edge, almost carrying all the way for a six, and you know getting off the mark with that shot. Good start here by Jason Holder, getting that ball to tail away a little bit, and English is trying to combat that as Holder comes into English. Back up a length outside Oscar. English going for a cover drive, beaten, and that one goes through to be taken by the wicket keeper, Nicholas Puran. So good start here but from Holder, using his variations, hitting that back of a length, hitting that back of a length, and English is having a little bit of challenge with that as Holder comes in to English, and he pulls this one. Really pick that fielder out at square leg perfectly. Brilliant setup from the West Indies and Jason Holder. The first wicket goes down, and Jason Holder gets rid of Josh English again. Good matchup here, found by the West Indies, and Josh English is the first man walking back. He's gone for four, and that's the latest score here. It's 14 for one, the Australians. So, I was just a little bit short of saying that, Holder had a field. He had third man in the circle, and he had a man behind square and a man at square leg. And, I was wondering if he was going to bang that one in short. It wasn't so short, but he tried to flick it off his hip and picked out Johnson Charles perfectly on that square leg boundary, and getting that first wicket. That's what West Indies want. They need wickets in the power play to put the opponents under pressure, and that's what happened there. Holder seemed to be having that ticket for just English. So West Indies off to a pretty good start getting that wicket here. So it's going to be Azari Joseph to come in with that third over. He's going to go into David Warner. He's 10 from 6. And let's see how this one goes. Azari Joseph dismissed Warner in the first game as well. And he follows him with a short one there, tucking him up. I think he might have taken a blow to the body, but he was going toward the left side. The ball followed him. He was really cramped for room, and he might have just gotten a hit on the wrist area there, but got into a tangle there with that delivery, and a good start for Azari Joseph. I don't think I did enough justice for that over that Holder ball. He bowled a top over to Josh English. First three balls were dot balls. The fourth ball, he went for a shot through the onside, got a thick outside edge before, got beaten off the fifth delivery, and he got out of the sixth delivery as Azari Joseph comes in both to David Warner, and that one is wide down the leg side. Trying to tuck up Warner on that leg stump because he tends to go leg side to try to open the offside with his shots. But Joseph not having any of that here today, so it's following him, and this time Warner stays his ground, and he bowled that one wide down the leg side as Joseph comes into Warner once more. on that leg stump line. See, I think it's hard. It's keeping Warner tired, but if he gets this terribly wrong, it could be it be some trouble for Warner. But again, for Joseph, there's a man at fine leg and a man at square leg. So those are the two fielders outside of the circle. So he's keeping it on that line, hoping that he would find one of those players if he misses his length and line. So Joseph bowls to Warner once more, and he's wrapped on the pad this time, and they'll go through for a leg by. So the score moves on. Score moves on to 15. Sorry, moves on to 16. So 16 with that leg by and the wide. So 16 for one after 2.3 overs here as we come live here from the Adelaide Oval.
Wonderful, wonderful, Rurian. And I guess it's a good start for the West Indies. I like the fact that they choose to bowl again because I feel that they're a better chaser and perhaps, taking some lessons from the first T20. We're seeing a four here from Marsh. Not that not what we want to see as a West Indies fan, but for sure, that matchup there from Holder and
Figure
English.
out, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. One that is just beautiful from a West Indies perspective, for sure. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Easiest ways to support us during this, live. All right. And comment in the chat. Let us know where you're tuned in from. So right now it's Andre Russell. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was under for doing the fielding there at long on as Marsh gets his second scoring shot. He topped that one wide of long on and picking up a single. So Joseph not a bad 7 runs so far from his first over. Well, 6 runs and that leg by as he comes into Warner once more. And this one goes down the leg side, not taken cleanly there by Nicholas Puran. And it goes down and they go for 2 runs. Let's see if he got some back on that one. I think he might have had some. No, so another leg by, so 3 leg byes from this over here as Ajalari Joseph is trying to tuck up Warner on that leg stump, bowling at 140 plus clicks here, and the Warner is not able to get into his free flowing, you know, style as he normally does. So obviously, the West Indies have been doing their homework as it relates to Warner. It's nothing that's on the off stump or outside. They're tucking him up on that leg side, and it's paying dividend as it he's not able to score as much as he was scoring in that first ODI. So Andre Russell comes in for his first over and the fourth of the inning. Um, he's going to be bowling to Mitch Marsh. He's 5 from 2. Warner's 10 from 10 as Russell comes in with his first ball of the spell. Good ball, pitching about a little bit outside off stump, going further away. March going for the drive, beaten outside off stump. Good length here from Russell, probably a little bit too wide as Marsh was trying to line that one up through the offside. So the all the games that was played at the Adelaide Oval this year in the Big Bash was one chasing. So West Indies getting that box check as Marsh jumped down to pitch to Andre Russell and knocked him straight down the ground for a boundary. Good shot here by Mitch Marsh, not staying and being a static target there. 1, 2 steps down the pitch, keeping the front elbow high and knocks this one down the ground for a boundary top shot here in the power play. And if you know Mitch Marsh very well, he is a top class player and also the captain of the team and would want to represent himself well. So it's 9 from 4 as Russell comes in to bowl to him and he plays this one down into the third one region and he will come back for 2 runs. So finding some gaps here is Marsh. So he rose up to 11 off 5. Warner is backing with him. He is 10 from 10. The man dismissed is Josh English. He was caught on the boundary by Johnson Charles off the bowling of Jason Holder in the second over. So Australia 29 runs for the loss of 1 wicket as Andre Russell continues to bowl to Mark. That's full one tailing away and March not going full blooded drive, going for a full blooded drive off that one. Just seek to just pop that one at his feet. But Russell is getting this ball to drift away considerably here. And if gets this on target, he could, pose some trouble here as that one was knocked into the cover really for just a dot. So Russell will continue to bowl to Marsh. Good leg delivery marches behind that one and plays it to mid off where Mario Shepherd fields. So if you're just joining us, thank you for coming by for coverage here. I'm going to find out what thoughts Natasha Lee has here as it relates to the start by the Australian.
Well, for sure, based if I'm remembering clearly, the first game, the first, T20, I believe it was a better start in terms of the run rate. So right now, the current run rate is 7.91. So a bit slower, I would say, if I'm remembering quite clearly, for the Australians right now. They were, doing far better in the first one. So this is definitely a good look for the West Indies. And I would want to believe, Rurian, that the West Indies, they have taken some lessons from the first T20 matchup, and that is why they opted to to bowl again first as opposed to, batting after winning that toss. So I am hoping to see, something good in this one from the West Indies and not allowing Australia to just say, okay, we have won this, T20 series or matchup, but West Indies want to level up right now, and I believe they're in a good position. Not with that six there, but I am not with that six there, but I am just hoping to see them, doing well in this one. But we can't rule out the Australians. They're a very good team, and so that too is just the beginning. So I feel right now we need to capitalize and getting out, Warner, although it's a bit quiet right now, Warner. So Marsh is really the one who is going for the strike. But two good players at the crease right now. But say if West Indies get these 2 wickets, early, then we can see, a better matchup between these two teams. That's the aim, to get the wickets out early. And is this another boundary? That looks like another six there. So you know what, Ruben, I'm gonna stop talking because of 4. Look like the more I talk right now is the more the boundaries are rolling in, and I guess that appears to be Marsh again.
So not Marsh this time, that's
Warner.
Warner.
Okay.
So 2 boundaries of consecutive balls, a six from that last ball of the over from Andre Russell there, changing the length, bowling short, and was punished over point. And Jason Holder trying to tuck up Warner on that onside. Warner not drifting to the leg side this time. He stayed his ground and flicked that one through fine leg for a boundary. So you can see the game that they're playing here as persons are, changing things up a little bit just to ensure that they are in pole position to execute their role. Warner moving around a bit and was tucked up on the leg side. He still keeps stationary now, and he was able to put that one away for a boundary. No, Holder is off, come ball in the next delivery in on the offside. He has a packed offside mark. Well, to Warner and Warner finding the field at point and not scoring. And the third ball of the over, Holder on the off stump again. Warner coming down the pitch looking for that drive, not finding that drive, and was able to get a single to mid off as Holder is bowled into March now. Fourth ball of his over, and March goes over mid off. Will this one get to the boundary? No, Brandon King doing the fielding here, and he limits March to two. So the score moves up to 43. Decent start for the Australians here. Did not as explosive as the first ODI, sorry, the first T20, but you know, a pretty decent start so far. I think honors are even with West Indies getting that wicket early, but March is looking dangerous here. Warner is a little bit tucked up here as hold the balls to Marsh. Bowl this one short. He pulls this one way over mid wicket, and that's gone for six. So Marsh getting into his work here, bowling short, and just to reflect on what has happened so far, I think this probably is the second short delivery that I have seen in this contest, and it has been put out of the park. As was, we noticed with this field, the square boundaries are a lot shorter than the straight ones, so you want to keep the ball up to the bat as much as possible as Holder comes in to mark, and he plays this one through square leg for four more. A huge over here for the Australians. 17 runs coming from it as Marsh is taking a liking to Jason Holder's bowling as he comes through again.
Yeah, I was just here thinking, Rory, and that I just looked at the run rate and it was like 7 point, something, and now it's like 10.6. So you see what Australia is doing here. And I believe West Indies now needs to get the wicket, of Marsh. Marsh is really stepping up right now, as the captain should. He's coming out and he's taking shots, and that's what we want to see. It's a very short game here, T20, and so he's doing that, which is credible for him, but making the West Indies have to work, far harder in this context. All right, welcome to you. If you're just tuning in, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Right now, it is 53. So Australia, they're at 53, having lost one wicket. And so West Indies is bowling. And let's see, Joseph is coming up now for the West Indies. Back over to you, Ryan.
Bo Joseph will close out this power play for the West Indies. He's still taking that approach of tucking up Warner on that leg stump. This one bowled down the leg side and is called for a wide here. So another extra goes on to the total. 6 runs from Joseph's first over. Really well bowled there, tucking up Warner really nicely as he comes in bowl to Warner on middle stump. Warner fixed this one to fine leg. Good results for the West Indies fielder as Warner well done there. That was brilliant running there. The ball was played to fine leg and there was a slight misfield down there, and Warner was quick to pounce on that and was able to return for two. Brilliant running here, and that's the type of intensity that you want when you are, you know, batting here. The fielder was Rutherford, and he has to do better there. That was such a hard one as Joseph comes in to Warner again, and it's good hit to Rutherford this time. He picks up cleanly and fires the return back into Nicholas Perron. 1 run for Warner this time. And it's going to be an interesting matchup between Joseph and Marsh. Marsh is the one who's doing the bulk of the score. He's scoring over 250 runs per. His strike rate is about 250 here. He's 29 from 11 balls, and West Indies needs to see the back of him. Warner is 18 from 15, and Australia is 1 for 57 in 5.2 overs. So Joseph is into March. Let's see where he will have his fielders as he goes to March. That one goes up in the air. I think we might have seen a cricket here. Brilliant catch here by Holder looking over the head. Um, it's it's Joseph bowling a back of a length, not short enough for March to go for that booming pull shot over mid wicket, wasn't able to get that one with the bounce that Azari is getting. A good length ball, a short of a length. He goes for the pull, and the holder taking a good catch at long on. And West Indies desperately needed to see the back of March. He faced 12 balls, making 29 runs at a strike rate of 241, two sixes, three fours, a good contribution from him. But I'm sure the West Indies players are so happy to have seen the back of him. But this Australian team is really a strong one, especially.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. West Indies needed to see the back of Marsh, as you mentioned. Captain was out there, and trust me, he was striking. And what I noticed, Warner is quiet. Warner is reminding me of Puran now in the last game, and that not too bad for us. And I'm hoping that Puran comes back in full form, you know. So really, right now we're seeing Glenn Maxwell, another big hitter here. And so again, West Indies just need to take some, early wickets, and they're doing that. So if we can get like two more, these two would be awesome. Welcome, welcome. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Comment in the chat. Let us know where you're tuned in from. And there is also a poll going on there in the chat. All right, which team will win? So far, we have 100% of the votes saying West Indies Ruren. So
That's
back
awesome,
over
and
to
that's
you.
what we want too. As Dari Joseph comes into bowl to Maxwell, he's right on the money there, back of a length on mid stump, and Maxwell is in behind that one and knocks that one into the covers. So good length there from Azari Joseph, and that's where he wants to be. And he'll ask Maxwell to do something, really, really good to get his runs if he keeps on bowling in that area. So Glenn Maxwell needs no introduction. High score of 145. He has scored 10 T20s and 400, and we would want to get rid of him, quite cheaply. Azari Joseph bowling close to 150 kilometer per hour in this one, and he took it up with Maxwell there with that short of a length one as he tries to pull this one through the mid wicket area. He's checking his back too as he that one apparently hit the bat hard. But Azari Joseph working up some pace here, and if he had a square leg there, I think he probably would have gotten the wicket of Glenn Maxwell. But he's off the mark with that one, knocking it behind square, not looking as comfortable as you'd expect him to look. But he's off the mark as Joseph comes into bowl to Warner, and that one it goes through to the keeper, rocking him on the pad a little bit. It goes just outside the line of off stump. But I think Joseph has a good length here where he's operating on. And I'll ask you not necessarily 58 for two after 6 overs, a run rate of 9.67. Who do you give the advantage for this power play?
Well, West Indies, I feel, and again, I'm just going back to the previous one. So West Indies so far, when we look at, the first T20 matchup, Australia was far ahead now in terms of the run rate. So I believe they know that they're a little behind, but again, it can definitely change with just one over. As we saw earlier, they were at like 7 point something run rate, and then it increased to 10. Now we're seeing back going back down to about 9.67. And so we realize that West Indies, they're still in it to win it, and just doing good right now. Shepherd is bowling, and I feel like he's going to get a wicket. Oh, they call that a wide, so that's a wide, interestingly. And so we'll see how this pans out in the context of, Australia. But I get the sense that they know that they're behind. If they're worried yet, perhaps not yet, given the quality of players that they have, Australia. So, again, if we get to about number 5 and we see that they're really trying hard to get that run rate up, then we perhaps can say West Indies is really in a good position right here. So back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shali, for your wise words there. I think it's probably West Indies would be a little bit happier for the first 6 overs as well, getting 2 wickets there. The run rate is pretty decent so far too. So I'll give West Indies the edge here, considering that they have managed to keep Warner quiet. They have found a back of the length length there to bowl to the Australians that it is it's proving difficult for them to score as Shepherd bowls to Warner who pulls him through mid wicket for 4. So a little bit short with that one was Romario Shepherd, and Warner doesn't need any invitation for those, and he picks out that mid wicket boundary very well there. So good shot there for Warner. And these guys are top class players, so you don't want to give them any freebie, and that one was too short, and Warner made good use of that one as Warner comes into Shepard. Sorry, Shepard into Warner, and he goes outside leg. Shepard follows him, and he's beaten. And that one goes through to the wicket keeper. So it's kind of an interesting shot as he heads towards square leg Warner, and he's beaten outside he's beaten on the off side of his back, and the ball goes on the leg side of the stump. So between himself and the stump. So that's kind of unusual. As Shepard comes into Warner, slow ball, and that one goes up in the air again. And it's the captain, Robman Powell, I think. No, it's Rutherford. I beg your pardon, who takes this one. That one fuller in length, no pace on that ball, and Warner going for the shot, not able to get a good time in. That one came right off the toe of the bat, and Rutherford making sure that he kept his eye on that one all the way, and he gets that one. So Warner punching that his bat as he got out there for 22 of 19, and the West Indies are all pumped here.
Well, Ryan, can I tell you, West Indies is giving Australia back some of the medicine that they gave them in the last T20. You remember I was talking about, going for those fours and trying to rotate the strike as much as possible. And I always like just looking at the reaction of the players when they're going out. And Warner knew, after just playing that wasn't the ball to play, you're right. But he was just caught because he felt as if he was just in a sweet spot there. And so I like that medicine and just look at the reaction for a bowler. So for me, that's just awesome to see that. So here come Marcus Stonis, and we'll see. So right now, Australia, they're perhaps feeling, the hands of the West Indies players right now. So, and this is what we want to see. So we haven't seen any solid partnership between any two players yet from Australia, and that can make a big difference for the West Indies. So the players are not necessarily able to settle. I mean, now I'm seeing a boundary here, but we're not seeing any solid partnerships. And so that can make a big difference there. But as we know, it's a ball game, and with some boundaries can definitely change the pace. Welcome, welcome, guys. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. All right, just close the chat briefly and hit the like button. Let us know where you're tuned in from. All right, and comment in the chat. Let's keep the chat going and also answer that poll. Which team will win? All right, I'm seeing West Indies there crying for a wicket. Ren, over to you. Can you share some information there?
For sure. So this it's Romario Shepherd bowling to Stonis. The first ball to Stonis, as you said, was angled into him, and it clipped his pad and ran away down to third man. Well, not to third man, to fine leg for a four leg bite. The second ball he bowled to Stonis was all right on the stumps, but pinning Stonis on the pad there, but it was a little bit high, I would say, in terms of the bounce, and it was the appeal was turned down by the umpire. But a brilliant first over there for Romario Shepherd, 6 runs coming from that, and he claimed the important wicket of David Warner. So Robman Powell here mixing up his tactics. Usually you'd get 2 or 3 overs out of Hussein during the power play. He's coming back now to bowl his second over and the eighth of the innings. Australia 68 for three with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Stones is now 0 from 2 and Maxwell is 2 from 3 as Hussein comes into bowl to Maxwell. He leans back on that one, knocks it into the cover, knocked down there by the fielder, and there is no run. So let's see what will happen here as Hussein continues to bowl to the the batsman Glenn Maxwell as he's fuller in length this time. Maxwell going for the drive, and he comes off the inside half of his back and goes to long on where Captain Robman Powell does the fielding, and the Australians move on to 69 for three after 7.2 overs. And, I think this pitch has a lot more bounce than the other one. The pace is pretty good too. So here is Hussein comes in, bowls this one, getting some turn here, and Stonis knocks this one down to the mid to long off, where it's fielded by Jason Holder, and Stonis gets off the mark. So one to the score. It's 3 for 70 or 70 runs for 3 wickets here as after 7.3 overs as Hussein continues his work as he comes in to bowl to Maxwell as Maxwell leans back on that one and pulls this one into the mid-wicket area where it's fielded by Jay Hope, and that's another single here. So stringing together a few good deliveries here, the West Indies team, and this will put a lot of pressure back on the Australians as Hussein comes in to Stones, who leans back on that one, opens up the offside, and knocks this one to the sweeper and picks up another single. So, a good time for them to rebuild. And I think that's where they are with this one, trying to get a partnership going and, doing well so far. 4 from this over, as to say, comes in, bowls to Maxwell, and Maxwell goes for the slog sweep over mid wicket. He connects very well, and that's way back. That's in the second tier, and that's a 6. So 10 runs from this Akil Hussein over, 10 from the very first over that he bowled. So he has 2 overs for 20 here. Maxwell catching up with that one, playing that slog sweep expertly over mid wicket, and that's a good strike here, breaking the shackles a bit as the Australians moves up to 76 for three. So 78 for three rather after 8 overs. So just under 10 runs per over, and Maxwell is slowly but surely getting into his work. But that's a top shot.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. A big hit there from the Australian. And, welcome, welcome, guys. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our live coverage here between the matchup between West Indies and Australia. And so after 8 overs, it's 78 for three. And right now, Stone is 2 from 4. And we have Maxwell 10 from 7 deliveries. All right, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Comment in the chat and let us know where you're tuned in from. Is there anyone here from the West Indies? How about us, Australia? Where are you tuned in from? Comment in the chat. And, keep our company over on this side. There's a poll also going on in the chat. And let me just see what the results are looking like. So still 100% is saying West Indies. They're going to win this one. So I guess the chat, they're rallying around the West Indies. Rally. I can't sing it now. Rally around the West Indies. So right now I'm going to rally around. I'm going to rally right around Rurian right now. Back over to
So
you.
thank you, Shepard. Goal in the second over as he bows to Stonis, who knocks this one away for a single. And it's going to be Maxwell who's going to be on strike now to Shepard. Shepard goes in, bowls to Maxwell. He's in behind that one and plays that one out to the point fielder. So Maxwell, he's 10 from 8. Stone is 3 from 5. And the Australians, they're 79 for 3 after 8.2 overs. So it's Shepard coming to bowl to Maxwell once more. Bowls to Maxwell and he knocks this one to mid on where Andre Russell fields and there's no run. So good bowling here from the West Indies. Some key players coming in to get some good overs out of the way. Romario Shepherd is having a good spell so far. Um, Azari Joseph and all the bowlers called up so far have done fairly well. Akil has gone for 20 runs, which is kind of unlike him. Here goes, and oh, ew, no, this one, Maxwell running, not getting response from his partner. The ball goes through to Nicholas Horan. He was stranded down the pitch. Horan shied at the stump, missed and it came through to Shepard, who was backing up. He shied at the stump. So he hit the stump, but Maxwell was well back, and all well that ends well. And Maxwell isn't so happy with Marcus Stoner's here, and they go down to have a little chat to get things pacified. But they're not looking too happy with themselves there. So it's Shepard bowling to Maxwell. That one's full on off stump, and Maxwell gets low and gets under that one and knocks this one for six over cover. That's a brilliant shot there by Maxwell. Shepard going full and wide, and Maxwell down on his knees to get under that one and placing that one for six over the cover. And I'm telling you, that's a top shot there by Maxwell as Shepard comes in to Maxwell this time, trying to angle that one into the pads to getting that one too far down the leg side, and he's called for a wide. So West Indies have to watch out here as they have given away 12 extras as well already, and these runs add up but so just that the square boundaries here at the Adelaide Oval, they are pretty short, and Maxwell making full use of that one, um, getting that six over the cover region as Shepard comes in with the last ball of his over to bowl to Maxwell, a good ball, back of a length, and Maxwell works this one into the onside for a single. And the Australians, they go up to 87 for one after 9 overs. Maxwell, he's 17 from 12. Stonis, he's 3 from 5. And Shepard has completed 2 overs now for 15 runs, and he has taken the important wicket off David Warner. And if you're just joining us, I'm going to give you a little rundown of what has happened so far between the Australians and the West Indians. Was the West Indians, Ravman Powell, who won the captain and sent the Australians in, and they were really happy when they got that wicket of Josh English. He was caught Johnson Charles on the mid wicket boundary for 4 off 6. The second man to get out was Mitchell Marsh. He was caught Jason Holder at long on off Azari Josie for 29. He was starting to take the game away from the West Indies, and they got that wicket just in the nick of time. And then it was Romario Shepherd in his first over who got rid of um, David Warner. It was a slower ball that he bowled on the off stump. Warner was going for the shot, totally deceived, and he was out caught for 22 of 19 balls as Andre Russell is back into the attack. And he is greeted by Glenn Maxwell, who knocks him into the mid wicket area for 6. That one went almost into the second tier. It wasn't a short ball, but it was a top shot here from Glenn Maxwell, and he seemed to be up and running and really interested in this contest here, clearing the boundary, square boundaries pretty easily there. And Russell will have to try to come back into this over. Russell goes full this time, and Maxwell goes for the drive. So Maxwell's pretty much sits deep in his crease. So the regular pitch balls that would be back of the length, he makes that hit pretty much into a short ball, and he gets low and he swivels that one into the stands for 6. Not a bad ball by any stretch of the imagination, just a top shot as Russell comes into um, Maxwell once more, angles this one into the pads. Maxwell trying to go across that one to hit into the mid wicket region and get wrapped on the pad. And that one goes for a leg by, I would say. Let me just confirm that with the umpires here. But 1 to the score for sure as the Australians move up to 94 for 3 after 9.3 over the Russell Bowles to Stoney. Short, and Stoney pulls this one, and he pulls this one down to long on. I was a bit excited there because I thought the mid on was in place, but he was pushed back to long on, so it wasn't a shot that would cause any trouble for Marcus Stoneys here. And Jason Holder does the fielding, and Maxwell gets back on strike. So Stone is doing well here, giving Maxwell the strike as Russell comes in to Maxwell. He's full outside half stump, and Maxwell goes over mid off this time. That goes into the boundary for 4. Good shot here from Maxwell. Russell giving him a little bit of room, trying to go for the York, I would say, missing his length by a few, probably about a yard or so, and Maxwell makes him pay for that one. So another boundary here to Maxwell. Russell not having the best time out there of it as Russell comes back into Maxwell's slow ball here. Brilliant feeling to his own bowling. And he has completed his second over on for 12 in this one, 13 from his first over. And Russell has bowled 2 overs for 25 runs. And, Maxwell taking a liking to him in that over. But Maxwell really playing some good shots here, timing the ball pretty well and, giving some impetus to the innings of the Australians here right now.
For sure, Australia here getting a big boost in terms of maintaining a run rate right now of 9.90. Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, remember to hit the like button and the subscription button. Share, share, share. Tell a friend to tell another friend about the Voices in Education. We're live right now. All right, and let us know where you're tuned in from. So right now we're seeing Powell, the captain. He's going to do this over here and let us see what he does. And right now, Australia, 99 having lost 3 wickets, and we believe it's time for another wicket here from the West Indies. So would like to see that. All right, perhaps a run there. So brings Australia up to 100. All right. So right now, so 9.84. So they're pretty much stable and a very good run rate, I must say, albeit, last game it was perhaps about 11, 12 there-ish. But, it's still Australia and they just need a very good over. And this looks like a boundary of 4. And perhaps, Ruran, I don't know if the captain needs to do some changes in the field and how the players are situated. What do
Well,
you say about that?
Well, it's hard to bowl to Glenn Maxwell as he reverse sweeps Powell over the into the third man area there for a boundary. Maxwell is finding his form, and as he gets deeper into his innings, you'll see more of these shots. So he's looking for the area where he can find, some space to find the boundary. And he's looking around, he's manipulating the field based on how he's batting. He's that sort of player. So, Powell again bowling this one on the off stump and he flicks that one over, the short fine leg fielder there for another boundary. So 9 off 3 balls here from the captain Robman Powell. Trying to get an over so out because Akil Hussain is going for some runs, Russell is going for some runs. So he's trying to get an over out here. But Maxwell is into his stride here as Powell bowls to Maxwell, who goes for the square cut here. Will he find the boundary? Yes, he does. So 3 boundaries on the trot here for Maxwell and beautiful batting. Maxwell is up to scoring a strike rate of 200. He is 40 from 20 balls and he's slowly but surely taking this one away from the West Indies and they need to try to find a way to contain him or get him out. But that was short and wide by Powell outside off stump, and that was asking to be hit as Powell comes in to bowl to Maxwell and he knocks this one better length this time from Robman Powell, and this one is played out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. So that's 14 runs from 5 balls there, and they don't have to do anything else for this one as they have gotten a decent amount of runs from this. They don't need to take any more risk in this over a singular. So if it's a rank bad ball, then yes, put it away. But I think objectives met in this over as Powell comes to Stonis who tries to sweep and he sweeps this one from off mid and leg and that's 4 more runs. So 19 runs from this
You know,
Powell. Well, 18 overs, 18 runs from this over from Powell. Not what he would have wanted. And his gamble did not pay off as Stone is coming inside the line and pretty much standing and sweeping that one to the fine leg boundary for 4.
it was the confidence for me because he just didn't even move. Like, even when there was a player there chasing, it was just the confidence for me. Like, he knew that, that's well done. So right now, Australia here getting up closer to that 11 run rate, so 10.6. And West Indies definitely need to respond because they don't want this run rate to climb to 12 because
For
that was
sure.
proven to be, a little bit too much for them in the last one. So I feel like 9, somewhere 9 there, perhaps very, attainable for the West Indies. And that is what would like to see. A very expensive over there from the captain Powell, 18 runs from that over. So that tells you a lot. And right now, the partnership between Stonis and Maxwell, 53. So that's good. We haven't seen, this is the best partnership so far from the Australians. And this looks like another boundary here with, Joseph is bowling now. So his first one is a leg by and a 4. All right. And so that's what's going on there. So Australia here still, increasing their run rate and currently at 121 for 3 after 11.1 overs. So as we're seeing there, extras, I believe 16. And, so that's a lot, in terms of giving away there some, free runs. And so West Indies, they need to try and, oh my God, this looks like a six as I am talking about runs. So this is a six right now. So very expensive. 10 runs so far from this over here with Joseph. And, Maxwell is getting close to his 50 here. And he has been the change in the team, I would say, in the Australian order so far. Because, having, lost, Marsh and Warner and Inglis, you know, they needed somebody to settle, and he's here just doing just that. And so kudos to the Australian here, Maxwell, 47 of 23 deliveries. And so that is definitely good for the Australian. So let me just see if he gets his 50 before I turn over back to Rory. And I need to rally around the West Indies, And is going here for a run at least. So 128 coming up there. And Stonis will be on strike. And so far, as I say, that's 6, 10, 11 so far, I believe, off this over here. All right. So let us see, what happens here with Stonis. But Maxwell seems to be the wicket that the West Indies would want right now. But whatever they get, they'll take for sure. That looks like, was that a no ball? It's a wide, no ball. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So another, another one there, extra there. No? No? Okay. Good. All right. So right now, 128 for three, and it is Mr. Stonis that is at the crease there facing Joseph. All right. So let us see what happens with the next delivery. And that's a good hit there. So we'll see Maxwell back on strike. And let us see if Maxwell gets the 50 or if Joseph will take this important wicket. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. All right. So all right, Maxwell here. And Maxwell is about to face the last delivery from this over. And he sends it close to the boundary. Perhaps we'll get a run there. And they got two. Wow. Trust me too. So Maxwell gets his 50. All right, a good inning so far for Maxwell. All right, and this is his 11th, if I'm not wrong, 50. All right, and 4 100s in 103 T20 matches so far. All right, so kudos to Maxwell there. All right, Ruren, I'm going to pass this. I'm going to give you the next, the next, what do we call it now? The next over. So over to you.
All right, thank you, Natasha Lee. So Maxwell 50 off 25 balls, four fours and four sixes. A top innings from Maxwell here. He is, this destructive batsman, and Maxwell does Maxwell things. So West Indies need to see the back of him, but for now he's looking on. He's not looking in any trouble at all as Akil Hussain comes in to bowl his third over. He bowls to Stoney, who knocks this one to long off and gives Glenn Maxwell the strike. So, what I must say about this partnership is that Stoney is 11 from 11. Maxwell is going at 200, a strike rate of 200. Stoney is quite, you know, just relaxed, trying to give Maxwell as much of the strike because he knows how destructive Maxwell is. And this is what you want to see when, you're building a partnership as Hussein comes into Maxwell, who switch hits this one Let's see if he'll get this one for six. Yes, he does. He hits that one into the stands. He is a talent that you will not see. Those switch hits, he executes them pretty well. And you as a captain, you can't set fields for this. And he moves on to 56 from 26. And West Indies will have to try to find a way to stop, you know, Glenn Maxwell. So he is just five sixes away, for the most sixes for Australia. Is 120, just behind Aaron Finch there. And Maxwell, he knows the square boundaries are short. So that's why he's pulling out his reverse sweeps and switch hits as Hussein comes into Maxwell. Let's see what he'll do. He switches again and he's beaten this time. So so trying to open up that offside field again, and it's awesome to see how he moves so late in order not for the bowler not able to change his line, but he's definitely trying to target that square boundary on the offside as he chips this one down to long on for a single, and that's a good result for the West Indies as he goes off strike, and they will have to just find a way to get Maxwell off strike so that Stoney spaces and try to reduce the amount of reduce the amount of strike that he gets as Hussein goes to Stoney. It turns into him and it hits the pad. If Nicholas Puran is interested in this one, he says go for the review. Seems might have taken an edge onto the pad, popping up to um to Nicholas Puran behind the stumps. The umpire said no. West Indies have gone for the review. Nicholas Puran is quite happy that Stonis might have touched that. So we'll see how this one goes when the replays come up. But that would be a wicket that the West Indies would want so bad. Australia is three wickets down for 129 runs, and that's a poor call here by Nicholas Puran on this one as it clipped the top of the pad and went through to the keeper, and that's a review that has gone down, gone in vain. But you'd expect a better call from the wicket keeper than what we have witnessed there. So let's see what's happening here as this Nico. So not upheld at all. So that's that. So Stonis is still there. Dot ball for the West Indies, importantly, for Australians, 139 for three after 12.5 overs. And the West Indies want to have a good bowling display in the back end here as Hussein comes in once more to Stonis, who hits this one to the square leg boundary 4-4. So beautiful shot there by Marcus Stonis. So 12 from that Akil Hussein over, and he's three overs for 32 runs. And West Indies are struggling here on the bowling side of things. And this looks like we're primed for another score over 200 here as Stone is standing his ground this time. Hussein trying to tuck him up on that onside, and his Stone is getting a free swing and hits that one behind square 4-4. So he moves up to 15 runs from 13 balls. The last four overs, West Indies have conceded 56 runs, and that's not something that they would be proud of there. Um, with Stone is at the crease, it's Maxwell. He has just made some 50 plus runs here and he's looking destructive. It's not looking too good for the West Indies from the bowl in front. But what I can say, the pitch looks like a good pitch to bat on as Jason Holder comes for his third over here. Maxwell is 57 from 28 and he is going to be facing up to Jason Holder as he pulls away as something was quite right there for Maxwell. Maybe a fielder was moving in his eye line, so he pulled out rightly and rightly so as Holder comes in to Maxwell. No one, short third man, short fine leg as Holder comes into Maxwell. Good ball up in the block hole. Maxwell is going for driving this one down to long on, just trying to put some pressure on the field to see if he could come back for a second. Good feeling there by the captain, Rodman Powell, limiting them to one. But good ball there by Jason Holder, right up into the block hole. And, you know, Maxwell just knocking this one to long on for a single and say, over to you, Marcus Stonis, who is 15 from 13. And West Indies would love to bowl to Stonis more at this stage as Holder into Stonis slow ball, and he knocks this one to long on as well. He picks up a single, turning over the strike to Glenn Maxwell. So one thing for sure, they're limiting the amount of dot balls that they have here. Jason Holder showing off his expertise here. The back of the hand slow ball there to Marcus Stonis, and he knocks that one down to long on as Holder comes in to bowl to Maxwell, short outside off stump. Maxwell gets in tall, and that one knocks it out to the point boundary where Rutherford is hovering, and he feels that one. Another run for Maxwell. So Maxwell 59 runs from 30 balls. He is with Marcus Stonis. He's 16 from 14. The Australians, they're 146 after 13 and a half overs. West Indies have given away some 16 extras, and I hope they'll be able to keep that in check as Holder goes to Stonis short, and he pulls this one. He's going to be out caught at long on. Brilliant catch there by Brandon King. And the West Indies has claimed their fourth wicket. We West Indies would be really happy if that one was Glenn Maxwell, but I'm sure they would be happy to get this wicket of Marcus Stonis. Good running catch by Brandon King, and Holder celebrates his second wicket. And I have to give a lot of credit to Holder. He has
For
come out with
sure.
his variations here and has put Marcus Stone and Glenn Maxwell under a little bit of pressure. They were unable to line him up, and his experience here is really showing for his team.
For sure, a very good player, Jason Holder, and just having, watched him in the last game too, and how he pretty much, brought West Indies, just toward the end. I mean, West Indies did not win, but he played super well. Some, that you would expect, from a poor run that we did not see. And I can't get over poor run just yet. So I hope he redeems himself in this one, right? And so that is important. I am wondering, West Indies, they might change up their batting order, and perhaps, that would be good in terms of what we're seeing here. Getting Stoney's wicket was good, but I agree with you, Ryan. It would have been better if it was, Maxwell. But a wicket is just a wicket. It kind of disturbs the momentum in terms of the partnership, and that is also good. So right now, David is out and at the crease, and Maxwell is going to face Jason Holder. So, a good over here so far for Holder. And, let us see what happens with the last ball in this one. So right now it is 147 for 4. Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Who will be the first one to comment in the chat? I am waiting to see a comment in the chat. All right, so I believe Older now goes last shot there, taken by Maxwell, and perhaps they'll get a run for this. And so Australia now goes up to, should be about 149 or 148.
So
All right,
148
48 for 4. All right, and that's after 14 overs. So we have 6 more to go. And very important here for the Australians in the context of if they go to 200. So what I would want to see is West Indies restricting them below 200 or just about 200 runs. And with an Australian team, perhaps that is impossible, but can be possible. And if we can get the bowling right. So far, the bowling has not been the best for the West Indies, but we'll see what happens with Shepherd back here. Over to you, Rurian.
So Shepherd into Maxwell and he's bowling that one. He took the pace off that one, but gave Maxwell too much room, and Maxwell finds the point boundary. He's still into his work. 64 from 32. Um, Shepherd's first ball going for a boundary, and that's not what he would want. Slower ball, back of the hand, but too much room for given to Maxwell, and he placed that one nicely, and that one runs into the point boundary for four. So Maxwell keeping up his good work. 14 fours and 8 sixes in this Australian innings so far. That shot also bringing up the 154, then 152 for four, the Australian after 14.1 as Shepherd bowls to Maxwell, who drags this one out to square leg where Azari Joseph is patrolling that boundary and he gets that one away for one. So the last 26 balls, 54 runs, and one wicket, a scoring rate of 12.46 runs per over. And West Indies will have to find a way to try to dry up the runs here. They have to, for their sake, bowl well at the depth in order to chase a total of around 200 or below, as Natasha Lee was suggesting, as Shepherd comes into David, who cuts this one square of the wicket, and that's going to find the boundary as well. So David into his work, second delivery, put away for four. So he is five from two. And, these two batsmen, they are quite capable. Both teams have some good ball strikers, and Tim David was the one who gave the Australian innings the impetus in the last game. So he's coming off some good form here and he placed that one perfectly to the point boundary. So Shepherd, let's see how he'll respond to that as Australia goes up to 157 for four after 14.3 overs. As Shepherd comes in with his fourth ball to David, who cuts this one away square again, forward of that man on the point boundary, and four more. Good shot there for David. Short outside off stump, and David was able to access that square boundary to just put some context on this, there was a fielder out there patrolling that point boundary, but he stood no chance as that one went off the bat like really fast. So David is into his work. He's nine from three as Shepherd comes in with his fifth delivery, short again, outside off the but David pulls this one to long on where Andre Russell does the fielding, and there's a single taken. So three boundaries in this over already, 14 runs from this Shepherd over. So he would want to close this one out without giving a boundary. He's one wicket for 29 runs after 2.5 overs. And let's see how if he'll be able to close this over out to Maxwell as he comes in to bowl to Maxwell going for the Yorker, and Maxwell digs this one out to mid wicket and he's back for two. So brilliant running here. So good power hitting by Maxwell, but he's showing great intensity with the running as well. And the last five overs, West Indies have conceded 65 runs. So from between over 10 to 15, 65 runs at 13 runs per over. And that Shepherd over going for 16 runs. And the West Indies needs to find someone to help to pull this rate back. I'm not sure who to say. As Azari Joseph, I think he has bowled three overs already. Um, Hussein has bowled three. Powell has bowled one. So one of the main bowlers won't be able to bowl one their full complement as Russell comes back in. He has been expensive. He has bowled two overs for 25 runs. But, last match he showed some good bowling in the depth, and West Indies is badly desiring that today as well as Russell comes in to bowl to David, and David drives this one out to the cover sweeper where it's fielded, and there is there's a single, sorry. So that's one of that first delivery there. So David turning the strike over to Glenn Maxwell, who is 67 from 34 balls here. 67 from 34 balls. His strike rate has fallen away a little bit, but West Indies would hope that to get rid of Maxwell here. Clean ball striker, and you can't rule him out at any point as Russell comes into Maxwell, who outside off stump, he goes for the big drive over the offside, not making contact. Another dot ball there. Good start to the over here by Andre Russell. And Maxwell tries to go over that extra arm cover region there, not making contact. And that's a good result for the West Indies. Another dot ball. While Australia, 4 wickets down for 165 runs. And we're in the 16th over. And Russell comes into to Maxwell and he goes for the block hole. Good ball there. Maxwell opening the face, but well fielded at short third man by Akil Hussain and another dot ball. So good over so far from Andre Russell. You know, the real top over so far, and I'm hoping that he'll be able to close this one out for his team. Bowling to Glenn Maxwell, who is on song. You have to give him kudos for those two last deliveries there. But Russell comes in to Maxwell in the block hole again. Maxwell opening the face of the bat, and he's going to find the boundary on the offside. That's a top shot. Beautifully bowled delivery by Russell up in the block hole, but Maxwell was skillful enough to open the face of the bat and access that point boundary. That one was tailing in toward the mid stump, but Maxwell showing his expertise here, opening that face and finding that point boundary. Good shot by Maxwell. I can't fault Russell for that ball. That's the best length to be bowling to Maxwell, but he's so skillful and he goes up to 71 from 37 as Russell comes in with his fifth ball of this over. Bowls to Maxwell. Short. Maxwell pulls this one to mid wicket and that pulls it well in front of mid wicket there. Another boundary. Russell changing the length, going short of a length this time. Maxwell up to the task and puts this one away for a boundary. So by Maxwell, and this shot was determined by the previous shot. Good ball that Russell bowled, but still found the boundary. And that's the kind of batting that puts the bowling under pressure. 9 rounds from this Russell over so far, as Maxwell goes for the reverse this time, missing that shot outside off stump. He's disappointed with that one. Not a bad over in the context of this game, going for 9 runs. But I have to give that to to Maxwell. That was good batting here on his part, showing all his skills in this one.
For sure. Maxwell so far 7 4s and 5 6s. So, really taking on the lead there for Australia. And, welcome, welcome if you're just tuning in. Welcome to our coverage here of the match between West Indies and Australia. And, Australia, they're doing pretty well right now, close to 11 with a run rate of 10 points. All right. And so West Indies desperately needs, and let me see if this is going to be caught. And it just misses. So David there getting, another opportunity in this game. Got the opportunity to be out, but unfortunately West Indies were not able to capitalize on that, what could have been a good catch. But so is the game sometimes. I'm not sure how the fielders are placed, and that's something that I mentioned earlier. Perhaps some repositioning of the players out there, but we'll see. And right now, the projected score is 216. All right. But West Indies would want to limit Australia, and there goes another 6. All right. So right now, Australia has nothing to lose. They just need to hit because they have, wickets in hand, and it's at the point where if someone is losing a wicket, it doesn't matter right now. They have wickets, so all they need to do is to just hit hard and try to get the boundaries. West Indies, on the other hand, they need to try and restrict the Australians to about 200 or a low, not too much, because we see that 214, was too much for them to get in the last game. So a very, even if it's over 200, about 205, so they want to do that. Maxwell is doing fantastic there, 75 off 39 deliveries so far. And I am wondering if he's trying to get 100 in this game. If he's trying to get 100 in this game, it means that 25 more runs, at minimum, going to go up on that 182 for four that we're looking at. A possibility. He's just superb, and he faces the strike right now. Good fielding there from the West Indies to deny him a run and a boundary. So he's just standing there looking. And that is good. This is what we want to see from the West Indies in terms of restrictions. So far, 9 runs from this over with 2 more deliveries remaining. All right, so let us see what Joseph will do. Will Joseph take a wicket, or even if they're not getting, wickets at this time, some dot balls, just restricting the Australians. And as you can see, Maxwell is just spreading and just going for the hits as best as possible. And 184, I believe, right now, 183 for four. Sometimes I wonder about the scoring, but 183 for four. And David is, back on strike there. And 1 more delivery left in this over. All right, welcome guys. If you're just tuning in, I am joined by my co-host Rurian. And that's a beautiful ball there. And to deny the Australians, another run from this over. So the end of this over, and it is 183 for four, I believe. But I'll let you know soon. So Maxwell innings so far, 7 4s and 5 6s. Trust me, he has been hitting hard. And that's the thing with the Australians. So the last time we saw Warner, and Warner didn't really get to that point in this one. So, Maxwell is the one right now for the Australians. So that tells you, the quality team that Australia has. Right? There's also a poll going on in the chat who will win. So Maxwell now is on strike with Jason Older. Over to you, Rurian. Over number 17.
So Australia 4 for 183 after 17 overs. Holder coming in to bowl his last over of his spell, 2 for 26, having a good day out so far as he bowls to Maxwell, who cuts this one over the slip cordon for a four. It was full and wide and slow, but Maxwell somehow got some bat onto that one, and that one trickles into the third man boundary, and he goes up to 80. So good shot there from Maxwell. He's playing some unbelievable shots tonight, and Maxwell does Maxwell stuff. You have to just sit back and admire the way he bats. So, Holder was hoping for a better result there, but let's see. Holder back to Maxwell. He pulls this one in the air. Let's see if he'll get that one all the way for six. Yes, he does. So that's one for six over mid wicket. Short ball, and Maxwell leaned back on that one and pulled it into the stands for six. Beautiful shot from Glenn Maxwell.
Ryan is just the name Max, is maximizing on every single delivery. And right now I feel like he's going for the 100 in this one. Is at about 86. 86 from 43 deliveries. I believe Maxwell is going for the 100. So, and he has nothing to lose, and it goes high. Will he be caught? And he gets another lifeline. So, is taking the shot. He's taking the shots here, but was that a run out? Perhaps not. 195 for four. And Australia now looking as if they're going to put up more than what they did the last time because Maxwell is hitting hard. He's trying to get to 100, I believe. And so, some not so good fielding there by the West Indies. And that too is costing us the game. But let me just look at the poll right here. So now the poll is saying 86% is saying West Indies will win and 14% Australia. And we see a wide there. So us West Indies again giving up some extras in terms of runs. All right. So not good for, the West Indies in that context. All right. So Ren, I'm gonna come over to you to see, take us through the next three deliveries here.
Holders into Maxwell full toss, and he's knocking that one down to long on for a single. So Maxwell 89 from 45 balls. The Australians, they are 197 for four after 17.4 overs. Maxwell 89 from 45 is well supported here by David, who is 20 from 9. So a good partnership here, with between these two. Holder, he's trying to close out this one for his most expensive over probably so far. He has been having a good day out, but this last over here has, spoiled his figures somewhat. So he has two balls to close this one out as he goes around the wicket to David and he angles this one into his pad there. David knocks this one to mid wicket, and there is just a single. So Holder trying his best to get out of this over. 15 runs conceded already. So, I think that's a good ploy to go around the wicket, trying to cramp the batsman up for room. That worked just for that second to last delivery of his over as David knocked it to mid wicket for one. He's bowling to Maxwell. Last ball of his spell. Maxwell down the pitch and whips this one into the mid wicket region. And King comes off the mid wicket boundary to field 16 runs from that. Jason Holder over. Maxwell is up to 90 or 46. David is 21 from 10. The Australians, they are 199 after 18 overs. And, it's going to be interesting to see where they end up tonight. We're thinking it's going to be about 220 maybe as Romario Shepherd, who has not had such a bad night, 1 for 31 from his three overs, comes in to bowl his final over. He's going to be bowling to Maxwell. This partnership is 53 of 26 balls. Good partnerships formed by the Australians. Good Maxwell was there with David, and here is Tripper full on the leg, and Maxwell flicks this one into the stands for six. So first ball from Shepard, going for the Yorker, missing that length, and Maxwell is on the verge of making his fifth T20 100, a top player. But Romario Shepherd missing his length here. Maxwell getting low and under that one, flicking it over square leg for six. And he's gone to 96. Is Maxwell going to get his fifth century? Is Romario Shepherd going to pull a trick out of the hat to dismiss him in the 90s? Let's see as Shepherd comes in to bowl to Maxwell, drives through the covers. Will he get the boundary? No. The sweeper comes off the boundary and fields. So Maxwell goes up to 97 off 48, a top inning here by the Australians. Um, he he's putting on quite a show. And just so you know, Natasha, I think he is nicknamed the Big Show. And that's his
Oh,
nickname.
well, he's putting on a maximum, a big show.
The
Yeah.
Big Show, Big
Right now
Show.
we can really go easy and just, run a run per ball, just to ensure that he's safe with the 100 here because, he's super is doing well and I guess David is trying to give him back the strike here. Or did I miss that? Or it was Maxwell who just,
That
yeah,
was David.
David. So
So he's
David
taking
is
a
trying,
single
yeah. So
here. Yeah.
David gave back Maxwell the strike, understanding very well what is going on and say goal. If you can get a boundary, then it's all good and done. And we'll definitely see the 100 there coming up for Maxwell. But let us see if Shepherd can spoil the party here. And Shepherd goes around. I like that delivery, but so wide. It's a wide, right?
Yes, so that's so wide. Shepard trying to tuck up Maxwell and going too far down the leg side, and that one is called a wide, and rightly so. Maxwell trying to, get some back on that to get a boundary to go to his 500. So so 9 runs off this Shepherd over already as he comes into bowl to Maxwell once more. Shepherd into Maxwell outside off stump and he's beaten. Good delivery by Shepherd. Full outside off stump and Maxwell trying to go for the cut shot, missing that one and an invaluable dot ball comes. And we haven't seen too many of those. They have been far and few between. So we give thanks for that one from a West Indies standpoint. As Shepherd comes into Maxwell short and he bangs this one through the offside. It's going to hit the boundary. That's his 500. Beautifully played innings by Maxwell. Mid-off was in the circle. He stood tall. He drove that one through the offside, and that's 100 for Maxwell. 50 balls for this 100. I'll give you some more information from that. It is he's 500 in 102 T20 games, and Maxwell, I tell you, he is a top player. So, your hats off to Glenn Maxwell here for, scoring another ton in T20 eyes. And he's a really good batsman here, and you can't underrate him as the Australians. They are 4 for 212. What will be their final score? Shepherd, last ball to Maxwell, who whips this one into the mid wicket region, and he finds the boundary again. So that's 4 more. He goes to 105. The Australian score goes to 216 for 4 and 1 over to come. Where will they end? I think Andre Russell will be entrusted with this last over, but Maxwell has put on a show here at the Adelaide Oval. He has lit up this stadium when Australia seemed to have lost a few wickets and was losing momentum. Maxwell came in and took the game by the neck, and he has scored brilliantly. 10 fours and 7 sixes in his 51 ball knock of 105 chanceless innings here. And I tell you, it's just an innings from the top draw of Glenn Maxwell. He pulled out all the shots that he have. That nice pull over mid wicket, that reverse or switch hit over the offside. He has done it all, and he's deserving of this 100. What will Russell be able to pull off in this last over? West Indies chasing over 200 runs already. So Russell into David, full toss. That's what's going to be a no ball. That's one's hit into the stand too. That's definitely above the waist high, and that's going to be a free hit. Poor start to the final over by Andre Russell here. 223 for 4, and West Indies is going to be chasing close to 240 maybe. So that's a poor start from Andre Russell. Worst ball he's bowled all day, and tell you he missed his length by a lot there and was punished by Tim David, who he has played a brilliant innings under he has been under the radar because of all the focus has been on Maxwell, but he has scored 28 runs from 12 balls. That's over 200 for his strike rate, about 250. So you have to give it to him. Still 6 balls to go in this inning as Russell comes in to David. Yorker delivery, and David gets come back onto this out to long on, and there is a single. So good ball there from Russell, doing better with that ball, going for the block hole, and he gets that one up there. So Maxwell taking the lead here He has the most hundreds in T20 international, five, along with Rohit Sharma, who has five as well, but he's done that in um, less games as Maxwell goes over points for four. Russell trying to go for the block hole, and Maxwell, with his skill, was able to open the blade and go over that point field. A top shot, not a bad ball by any stretch of the imagination, and a brilliant shot there by Maxwell to find the boundary once more. So good going here by the Australians, and Russell is livid with himself. It's hard to be bowling good balls and be conceding runs. He's gone for 46 off his 3.2, and he would want to this, get a wicket or two to redeem himself in this one. So the third man in the circle, fine leg in the circle, as Russell comes in to bowl to Maxwell, full toss. He swings this one out to mid to square leg. That's four more. So that's 232 runs here. Full ball. That missing his length again, Russell, and paying badly here as Maxwell, who is over 100, is not going to miss out on that today. He's a full toss, and that's knocked behind square for a boundary. So Russell, we under lots of pressure here, a lot of runs from this over so far, seven, eight, and eight. So 16 runs from three balls. He has square leg out now as long off comes into the circle. Let's see what Russell do with this one. Let's see what Russell does with this one. His fourth ball of his over. He's conceded 50 runs already as he bowls to Maxwell, who flicks this one. This is going to go for six as well into the stand. Beautiful shot from Maxwell. He's gone to 119. And I tell you, that's a top shot there. So for delivery, this one angling in on a length, and Maxwell will hit those every day of the week for six. The square boundaries are short, and Charles, he was right back on the boundary, but he would need to be in the stands to take that catch. That one angling outside leg stump, and no Maxwell having none of it as Russell comes in to bowl to Maxwell in the block hole this time, and Maxwell knocks this one out to the point sweeper, and that takes the Australian score to 239 for four. One delivery to come. It's going to be bowled to David. So Maxwell, he has made 120 from 55 deliveries. David is 29 from 13. And West Indies have lots to do here if they're going to get back into this ODI series. So Russell, last ball of his spell. Russell, none for 57 after 3.5 overs as he bowls to David. And David goes down the ground with this one in the block hole once more. And they will come back for two. So Australia closed their innings out on sorry, I said one, but it's 241 after 20 overs. Maxwell playing a blistering innings of 120 of 55. He was ably supported by Tim David, who made 31 from 14. And, the West Indies players coming over to Glenn Maxwell to congratulate him on that beautiful innings. So Tim David getting you know, some support as well from the West Indians who are, appreciative of a good innings there. So Russell 7, 8, 16, 20, so 23 runs from that last Russell over. He ends with four, for which are not four, but none for 59 from his four overs. So Australia has 241 on the tin. What do you say about this one, Natasha Lee? Where do you call this one?
Well, 12.05 run rate. It's going to be a big one for West Indies, but still attainable if they're batting, and so it means that persons just have to come out. We need a very good partnership. So if we get back a king, Johnson Charles, the King Charles partnership, as we saw last time, starting out, and if others just fall in place, if that should happen in terms of losing wickets and just maintaining that momentum. But again, we don't know what we're going to see here. Absolutely, brilliant there from the Australians, Glenn Maxwell for sure. He seems to be quite a character, I would say, in the context of the game. I was just analyzing his moves too, and he got moves. He'll go down low. He'll, what do you call it? Like
Switch hit. Yeah.
switch hit. And yes, he has moves, and he is quite tall. He looks tall, and so he's able to use his body to just adjust to whatever delivery, and that is good of a player when you can see, I believe, that kind of flexibility in that context, and so he was able to pretty much hit the West Indies for six, some maximum hits, boundaries on top of boundaries based on that flexibility. You see him going down, you see him switch hitting, you see him coming close, and he's so that, pretty much damaged the West Indies in that part, and they didn't have a response for him, So we see they were able to get wickets around him, but they just could not, respond to Maxwell. And that for sure, tells us in the context of this, 241 for four. And so, again, this speaks volume in the context of the Australian team, because having lost, at the top there, one would perhaps figure that, okay, their momentum might be broken, but that was never the case. Maxwell came in, stepped up in the context of leadership. So, and they realized that he was, managing the bowlers in responding to the bowlers well. So he was given most of the strike. And, at some points we see the rotation, and the West Indies, the bowlers, they weren't able to respond to him. So a very beautiful innings there from, Maxwell of Australia. So if you're just tuning in, welcome, welcome. Please hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. We can do better with liking, sharing, and subscribing. And I don't know, Ruren, do you want to talk to us again, or do you want me to go
Sure.
after Ruren? Then we'll open the line for, calls.
So just to give you guys a quick run through, so the Australians, they were sent into bat once more by Rovman Powell, and they weren't off to the best start, as after 2 overs, Josh English went off the last ball of the second over. He was he was caught. Johnson Charles bowled Jason Holder for four, one boundary in his innings. The second wicket fell in the fifth over when Mitchell Marsh, he played a cameo. He was he was caught Jason Holder long mid on for 29 off 12. He struck three fours and two sixes, and he gave the innings some impetus. David Warner looked a shadow of himself today, based on how he played in the last match. He was the third man out when the score was 64 in the sixth, in the seventh over. He was he was called by Rutherford at long on not long on mid on off the bowling of Romario Shepherd for 22. He struck three fours and one six, and this is where the game changed as Glenn Maxwell was joined by Marcus Stonis, and they put on an interesting partnership. Stonis only scored at a run of ball, but he gave the strike to Glenn Maxwell, who was, hammering the bowling. He eventually fell. That's Marcus Stonis for 16 of 15 deliveries, trying to pull Jason Holder, and was caught at mid wicket. So he struck two boundaries, and that was the last success that West Indies, they got in the 13th over. That was 146 for four. Then it was the Maxwell show. Maxwell, he scored 120 runs off 55 balls, hitting 12 boundaries and eight maximums. So he was scoring at a 218, as his strike rate. He was ably assisted by Tim David, who scored 31 runs all 14 balls, two sixes, two fours, and a strike rate of over 220. And the bowling for the West Indies, Akil Hussain, he bowled 3 overs for 32 runs, no wicket. Jason Holder, he had a good first 3 overs. He leaked some runs in his last over. He bowled 4 overs, 2 wickets for 42 runs. The pick of the bowler. As Azari Joseph, he bowled a brilliant spell, 4 overs for 31 runs. He bowled out pretty early as Robman Powell was in search of a wicket taker to stem the run flow. He stemmed the run flow but wasn't able to provide more than that, that single breakthrough. Andre Russell was very expensive tonight. He bowled 4 overs for 59 runs, and that was a lot of runs from Andre Russell. He bowled a few bad balls, but I think Maxwell played some good shots of some good balls that he bowled as well. So the figure is not totally reflecting of the way he bowled. Romario Shepherd, he bowled 4 overs for 48 runs. He took 1 wicket. And Robman Powell, he bowled 1 over today in this match again, and he went for 18 runs. Maxwell taking pretty much all the bowlers to the cleaners here and scoring a brilliant 120. West Indies will need a record 242 runs on this pitch. But, just to get back to you, Natasha Lee, this pitch is playing through and West Indies have the batting. They have to just go out there and believe that they can get this done. They need one or two players to get some good runs in order to chase down this score.
For sure, Ruren, for sure. Yes, it seems to be playing more in terms of batting. It seems to be playing, more in terms of batting. Seems to be playing more in terms of, batting. And, right now we're on a break. And let me just tell you that the WhatsApp, line is now open. So if you'd like to call in, the number is in the chat there. Would love to hear from you. So don't be afraid to call in, even if you just want to say hello. We would like to hear from you as well in that context, or, let us know who you're supporting, which team you're supporting, and what do you believe will happen in this game? Right now, if you look on the screen, it is saying that West Indies, in terms of the win probability, 6%. But I can tell you in my chat, it's about 86%. So the persons on this live, they still have faith in the West Indies. And, the West Indies team, they have some good, batsmen in that context as well that I believe, as Rurian shared, if they come out in terms of batting, then we should, West Indies, I say we because I'm from the West Indies, we should be able to get to that, 242 score there. The pitch seems to be good again in terms of, batting. So that should make it, good. I'm not sure if this batting order will change, but we have Brandon King and Johnson Charles. And from what we saw in the last game, they did very well in the context of, setting up the West Indies. So we have King Charles there to open. And then we have Puran, and this is where I would want to see if Puran should come in there, after those two, if they lose their wicket. I would want to see a better showing, from Puran. Not what I saw in the last T20, he was just not able to respond to the Australian bowlers. And for me, that, kind of could have been better, if it is that he was perhaps, West Indies would have would perhaps, win that last game. But again, still unsure, just predicting there based on, what I saw. And then we have Hope next, and then Powell, captain, then Rutherford, Andre Russell, then Shepherd. Older, and let me tell you, Older did so well, he did very well in the last, matchup there between, them and Australia. And, that was very good to see. So I'm wondering, depending on what is happening in this encounter when the West Indies start to bat, if, Powell would consider, taking Older up in the order, depending, right? Because, he did, again, he was just fantastic in the last game, I would say. We have Akil Hussein next, and then Alzari Joseph there, at the very end. And so, again, welcome, welcome if you're just tuning in. We're currently, on a break from this game, and we're going to see the West Indies coming in to face Australia. Will they be able to respond to the score that Australia has, put up for them? And they need 242 runs to win this second, game. So can West Indies respond? That is a big question. And again, would love to hear from you. The WhatsApp number is there in the chat, so you can definitely call in and share. Would love to hear from you to hear, what your views are of the game so far. Since the chat is pretty quiet, would love to hear from you. Or if you just want to call in and say hi, that would be, good as well. And again, the King Charles, that combination worked for West Indies the last time, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that that will start us off very well and just go very well. So right now it is clear that West Indies needs someone who is going to take them through to the end, having some good partnership, someone who's going to take leadership in the context of making a big a big score there. So we saw Maxwell going for 100 and over 100 there. So West Indies, they need to do that match up to maintain that momentum in the context of the game, and trying their best to meet Australia, respond to Australia in the context of their total today. All right, not seeing any new comments in the chat. Let me just refresh my chat here to check, and also check to see if I'm missing any calls. All right, does not appear as if I am missing a phone call. All right, so let me just check the chat here, and not seeing any new comments in the chat. All right, so hit the like button, hit the subscription button, and also share. Tell a friend to tell another friend about the Voices in Education. Right now, as we are looking on the screen, the win probability for the West Indies is just 6%. But in the context of our poll here in the chat, 86% is saying that West Indies will win, compared to 14% saying Australia is going to take this one. And perhaps because, we have more West Indies supporters here for sure. So while we're seeing that result in our poll, but I'm telling you, Australia, they did well here. And, they set, a very good score. Will the West Indies respond to this? Can they respond to this? Absolutely, they can. And, West Indies, as I shared. Okay, I'm getting a call here. So let me just take this call. Hello, caller, you're live.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Greeting. Well, morning for me.
Morning. Yeah, I know you're from the
yes.
West Indies, I guess, once you're saying morning. So
yes. I'm Franklin, calling from Guyana.
hi, Franklin. How are you doing?
Yes. Not too bad. I was sleeping most of the time, and not too long jump up. Yeah, we'll definitely have to perform. We need a very good start
Right.
from King, and yeah, we need a very good start, and we need about at least two other batsmen to wade
Yeah.
in Australia's bowling. Um, we're hoping that Puran comes good. We're hoping that Sheop does much better. We have the batting that can do it, but
Yes, for
it
sure.
will be a record. It will be a record-breaking win if we should do it, because we have never made that amount of runs in T20 to win a match. So I'm
Well,
hoping, I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
it
Yes, the wicket seems to be good for batting.
right,
And we
right.
have the boys. We have the boys who can do it. I hope they come to the fore this time.
Yeah, for sure, for
I
sure.
hope they come to the fore.
Yeah, for sure. And I would love to see some more from Puran. Like, I'm not sure what happened to
Yeah.
Puran in the last one, but I did not get the sense that, he was able to face the bowlers with that confidence. Like, we were waiting to say, okay, perhaps he's waiting
Yeah.
for a Zampa or, but it just didn't come
Yeah.
for him. So I hope that he's in a better position for this one. And, as you said, and I agree with you, clearly the West Indies, they have a good, batting lineup,
Yeah.
which I feel is
Oh,
that is stronger than the bowling. So if they really go out there and give it their all, then in that context we should see something good. I want to ask you a question because I was sharing earlier that perhaps Powell should consider moving Jason Older up in the batting order, if things are not working out. What are your views on that as a possible plan for the West Indies?
well, I think our batting order should remain the same. As a matter of fact, I think that what we should do, if we get that far, is
Right.
that Shepard should come in before Russell. We know that Russell, we know that Russell is good, but we know that Shepard can bat. And I have some real faith in Shepard, that Shepard will do something this time. It is time he give us
Okay.
some runs.
Okay.
It is time he give us some runs. I think the batting should remain except for Shepard and
And
Rutherford.
Russell.
Shepard and
Russell.
yes, and Russell.
Okay.
Um, what they need to do is the shot selection. Their shot selection was poor in that portion, because the way our King and Charles got out, they
Right.
shouldn't. They shouldn't have gotten out.
Right.
So somebody, one of them in the early, has got to stay and try to bat through.
Right. True.
That innings, that innings by Maxwell was, well, we know Maxwell. We know what Maxwell can do. And Powell needs to come to the fore. Powell needs to bat because Powell can play a Maxwell inning.
For sure. For sure. I
We,
agree with
we
you.
know what Russell can do. We know what Russell can do too. But I still believe if it gets that far, I still believe Russell should not, come before Shepard. Let Shepard come and see what he can do, and then Russell.
Okay.
Because
So
we know once,
awesome. So
yeah.
Franklin, the
As
game is
for
about
Holder,
to
yeah,
start. So I don't want to cut
yeah.
you off, but I'll just
Okay,
give you a
all
few
right.
seconds
Okay.
to wrap up if you want. A few seconds to just wrap up
Oh, okay,
before
all
we
right,
go.
thank you. Okay, thank you very much. All
Thank
the best
thank you. So
for
all
the
right.
West Indies.
All
We're
right.
gonna rally around the West Indies.
Rally. That's it. That's the spirit. Rally around the
Right,
West
okay.
Indies. Thank you so much, Franklin.
All
And
right.
hello to
Thank you too. Okay, bye.
you're welcome. Hello to all the people tuned in from Guyana. All right. Hello to you. And Rurian, I'm just going to come over to you right now with the King Charles combination. Over to you, Rurian. And then we can
All
talk
right.
about Franklin as soon as we're able to in terms of, what he shared there. Over to you, Ren.
All right. Thank you so much, Officially. The run chase is on the way as Berenoff is into King and bowls this one, tucking him up on the pad and goes to short fine leg, and there is no run. So a dot ball to start off as West Indies has a mammoth task of 242 to chase as King knocks this one down the ground for a boundary. So good start for King, just clearing long mid on rather. Stone is not able to pull that one in, and that's a four off the second ball. West Indies needs to get a good start here. They would need about 80, 90 runs in the first 6 overs, I would say, just to set the chase up. But for sure, after the first 10 overs, they would want to be over 100 runs just to ensure that they give themselves the best chance at it. It's very possible they have the batting to do it, but Australia is going to throw everything at them as Burnoff into King, back of a length this time, and he's in behind that one and knocks this one back to the bowler, and there is no runs. And that's something that they'll have to work on as well. Try to limit the amount of dot balls in this innings because the Australians they're going to look for any sniff to shut this game down and put some pressure on the West Indies batting and see how this one goes. As Burnoff into King, who swings this one across the line and they go through for a single. So inside edge, not getting the full bat on that one, and it goes to fine short fine leg, and they go through for a single. So King 5 from 4. Charles is coming in to strike for the first time in this inning. And let's see what will happen here. A good start here would put West Indies in pole position to chase down this one. Early wickets for Australia could close this game out pretty quickly. Let's see how this one will go. I think the West Indies are going to put up a good show. I just got that feeling here. I think this pitch is pretty true. And if you are able to get some good shot selections out as Franklin said, we should be able to do well. Burn off into Johnson Charles, and he is met with a full blade, a full swing from Charles. That goes into the second tier over mid wicket. Johnson Charles hitting that first one ball that he faced. That one's
Well,
gone for six.
Rorian, tell them to calm down now. I do not want to see a repeat of the the last game. So, we don't need to go for, sky high hits because we know once they recognize the sweet spot, the Australian bowlers, then they tend to come back and look at this. But the umpire says no. Rorian, over to you.
I
Look
think
like they're
that
going
one's
to
a
query
close
it.
call. If
Yeah.
I were the captain, I would go up with this one. That's a good ball there coming in. They're trying to convince Mitch Marsh. He goes for the review. I think Johnson Charles is in some trouble here. That was a full delivery curling into Johnson Charles. He didn't get any back on that one. I'm hoping that that one did too much and is going down the leg side, but lots of shape on that delivery there. And I'm hoping that Johnson Charles will survive this appeal, but the bowler was very happy with that one. Let's see how that one goes. And I think he might just survive this one. The ball did a lot there. I think it might be clipping the stumps, nothing on the bat, but the ball was doing a lot there. It was right up to him. Johnson Charles is batting probably on a leg stump guard, and it was curling in. It had a few, about a meter to travel, and I'm glimpsing the leg stump. So I'm thinking it hit him about on leg stump, but I'm thinking the movement of that ball would take it, outside the line of the leg. So I'm hoping and trusting that he will survive this appeal. But a brilliant delivery here from Burnoff to Johnson Child. So nothing. Um, I'm not sure what's happening here. Ball's pitching on, and it's missing. It says umpire's call. So Johnson Charles will live to fight on. The review is retained. That one did a little bit too much, I think, and all's well that ends well. So the end of the first over, West Indies 11 without loss. I tell you, that one did a lot, and that's what saved Johnson Charles. It swung a good 6 to 8 inches, and the first ball to Charles into the park, second ball he's under the microscope to be, see if he's going to get
Oh
out.
my God. Yeah, that was just a little nervous moment for me, just watching and just hoping. And, but, one of the things too is you when the batsmen, like, they're not too concerned like that. And then, that gives me a little bit of confidence. But, Josh Azwood is up now, and King is going to face the first ball. And a good delivery there. All right. So, welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button as well. And, let us know who you're supporting. Would love to hear from you. There's a poll going on in the chat. And right now, it is saying 88% is saying West Indies is going to win this one, compared to 12%, saying Australia. And so, dot ball there, and, West Indies would want to have a run. But look at that switch hit. Didn't work out so well for Mr. King there. But let us see, what's going on. And we're just hoping that, well, perhaps not a switch hit. I don't know what you'll call that, but some acrobatic kind of move there for sure.
Just think, Brandon King is quite sassy. He just needs to stand up and back. Try to turn over the strike, try to get a range on Hazelwood here, but playing a lot of shots in his six balls, and he's going way across the ball. He's not trying to go down the ground either, so he's cutting across the ball. And Hazelwood, he's bowling back of a length. He's not going to move from that spot, and he has three dot balls to him so far, but he's going across that ball, trying to access mid wicket, and he would be better served if he presents the full face of the bat and go down the ground. So three dot balls here from Josh Hazelwood, and that's what the Australians want to build the pressure on. And King just needs to play. So this one pitches and comes back into King, and he's unable to find the bat there. So four dot balls to King in this over, and the pressure is going to be building on him here. So nothing off this four second over so far, and Johnson Charles is having a word with King right now, and just probably to keep him calm. Brandon King has played a lot of shots in this seven, in this the eight balls that he has played, and he just needs to back his skills and just try to watch the ball a little bit closer as he'll go across his stumps and hits this one out to square leg. He's out. So Brandon King goes for five, trying to go across the ball once more. Brilliant over here by Josh Hazelwood. Five dot balls, and the last dot ball was the wicket of Brandon King, trying to go across the line, finding one of only two fielders who are out on the boundary, and he's caught by Tim David. So King goes for five from nine balls, not what we would want, but he took up seven dot balls, one scoring shot, one boundary, and King goes pretty early in this piece. But my thing was King was going too much across the ball, needed to present the full face off the bat, and he held out to Tim David, picked him out perfectly on the square leg boundary there. I thought he would, be able to find a little bit more space there, but it wasn't to be for Brandon King today, and not the best inning for him. as Nicholas Puran comes out
My
to do.
favorite favorite guy coming out. Well, Puran will have to step up now, you know. Puran will have to do what he needs to do in this one for sure. King was going hard, and I guess because he understood that, lots needed, and he just needed to wait a little bit more patience, from him would have been good. But, good batsman, unfortunately, didn't happen for this one. And I am hoping that Puran is able to just do what he's supposed to do, unlike the last game. So let's give Puran the opportunity right now to do just that. I almost sound like I'm having an accent. Which country?
It sounds like you're over to Trinidad. You're supporting Puran at 100%, I tell you, as the last ball of Josh Hazelwood over knocks Puran on the pad, but they're able to go through for a leg by. And just looking at the pitch map of Josh Hazelwood, he has a spot on the pitch that he is bowling all his balls. Like if they put a square on the pitch, he has all of them landing in the same area. The thing about that, and that's something that probably Brandon King needs to work on too. When Josh Hazelwood is hitting that same spot, then you know what he's going to bowl, where he's going to bowl, so you can set yourself up for that because that's where he's targeting. So, that's something that he could work on for the next time. And Josh Hazelwood pretty much does that all the time as Nicholas Perrin down the pitch trying to get burn off for away for a boundary, missing that one. So after 2.1 over West Indies, 12 runs for one wicket. And that's that's the latest score here from the Adelaide Oval right now. West Indies not looking so good in this start here, but we're hoping that things will come together for them as Puran faces up for his third ball, who goes over the offside at six. Beautiful shot. So when Puran plays shots like these, it shows his class. But sometimes you just have to settle down and just play your natural game. Sometimes you have to just make sure that you're doing the basics right, because that's a top shot. Ball full outside off the back of length, and Puran giving the full face and knocks Burnoff into the stands on the offside over cover. No easy shot. Not an easy shot at all. And he's off the mark with a six. So Burnoff back to Puran. And Puran goes over square leg this time. That's gone for another six. Beautiful shot. Puran doing Puran things here. And he's away with two boundaries here. Good start for Puran. And the West Indies chase seem to be, I guess, back on track a little bit here. Puran playing some good shots here.
Absolutely, Ren. Absolutely. This is what we want to see. Hello, if you're tuned in from Trinidad, I would love to have some doubles. I like eating doubles. Hello, guys. Welcome, welcome. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And if you're from Trinidad, let me know how I'm doing with the talking here. I'm a Caribbean citizen, I'm a citizen of the Caribbean. So one of these days, when we continue to grow and get bigger, you'll see us. And it's another six there from guess who? Puran. So Puran went back and I guess reviewed those, tapes and understand, oh, this is where you're bowling. Watch me and you come the next game. Ruran, over to you.
All right, so I was just about to say Puran provide us with a doubles with the sixes there, but it's more than a double. That's three sixes in a row, 18 runs from the first four deliveries in this over, and Puran seemed to be on song today, putting that one into the chapel stand there. And just need to pick his balls and play his shot. He's a natural stroke player here as Burnoff goes down the leg side, and this one's going to be a wide. He's gone for 30 runs in 1.4 overs, so that's really, really expensive considering that West Indies is just 31 for one. So runs
That's
have
right.
been scored off him for
Yeah,
60 runs.
expensive, but we love it. And what I want Puran to do right now is to just settle, remain, and for this over, we don't need to do anything extra unless it's a nice one come, Ruran, we just hit it out. But right now, we're good. Hello to you if you're tuned in from Trinidad and Tobago,
Another
and
wide down the
another
right
wide
side.
there. So we'll take the extras for sure. You know, we appreciate them. Australia got quite a lot there from the West Indies, so you know, we'll take them. Welcome in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. All right. Remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. This is a safe space for all of us. We share in a respectful way to ensure that we're maintaining our safe community where you feel valued, you know, where you feel a sense of belonging. So, you know, don't be afraid to comment, you know, and let us know where you're tuning in from. All right. So over to you, Ruren.
To burn off into Puran, and this is not a six this time. He drives this one out into the offside, and it is knocked down in the cover. No runs there. Johnson Charles was heading down for a single, sent back by Puran. He was back home safely, but not what you'd want at this time. You would want him to be out run out, or any batsman to be out run out here. So rightly sent back by Puran as Burnoff comes with his last ball of his second over. Wrap round on the pad, a loud appeal, and the umpire says not out. That one is close as well. Let's see if March will go for the review this time. I think that one is close. That one was full. If I were, in his position, then I would take it. He's not going to take the review, so Puran lives to fight another day. But I think that was pretty close there. He's ended that over with two dot balls, but 362 wides from that over, and West Indies are, I think, back on track in terms of their run chase here. It's as I said before, it would be good if they're able to maximize this power play, getting close to 100 from it. Then the run chase would be well and truly on. So that one was definitely going down the leg side. So good decision not to review that one. I thought it was much closer than that one. So 3 6s for Run already. He's rushed on to 18 off 7. Charles is 6 from 2, facing Hazelwood as he hits this one behind square, and that's going to find the boundary. Beautiful shot here from Charles, and Hazelwood concedes his first boundary. So West Indies, they're up to 36 for 1 after 3.1 over. The pitch is true, and if you're able to play your shot and connect your shot, then you'll be able to make some runs.
Absolutely, absolutely. I see Sandra Simon there in the chat. Welcome, Sandra. Welcome. Let us know where you're tuned in from and, you know, the team that you're supporting. And I see, you know, more persons are sharing in on the poll right now. 89% is saying West Indies is going to win with another boundary here. It's looking like that. It's a
Wow.
6, and 11% is saying Australia. So it's getting nice in here, you know, very West Indies like in here. So please remember to hit the like button, all right? Hit the share button and the subscription button as well. Tell a friend to tell another friend to come on over. Let us keep on growing in number right now on this live. We can do it. We can do it. As I see that the chat is rallying around the West Indies. Rally. Over to you, Ren.
Rally
From
round
the
the
West
West Indies.
Indies.
Now
Ha,
and forever.
forever. All right.
All right, so Johnson Charles getting two boundaries from the first two deliveries of Hazelwood's over. He's gone for 10 in the first two. Johnson Charles knocks this one to mid on, and it's fielded, and there's no run. So two good shots there from Johnson Charles, hitting that one into the stand, and the catch was dropped in the crowd, and we can see the spectators here working on what he did wrong to drop that catch. He was really disappointed with his effort here, and we wouldn't mind Johnson Charles giving him some more practice, as West Indies need 200 runs from 99 ball. Hazelwood comes into Johnson Charles once more, and that one's outside off stump, and is not. So that one's outside off stump. Another dot ball. So good bowling from Josh Hazelwood in terms of his dot balls. He has gone with I think, about 7 dot balls in his 1.4 overs so far. Um, that's pretty good in this context, but Josh Hazelwood standing up for his team here. And, let's see what will happen with these last two. Josh Hazelwood into Charles, and he bounced this one back of a length, hitting Charles in the back, taking a blow there to the body as Hazelwood pulls his length back a little bit. Charles is cancelling out on the back foot, knowing that Josh Hazelwood normally bowls at a particular length there, and was just trying to get under that one, not able to do so with that one, and that's three consecutive dot balls after those two boundaries in the over. But just need to get out of this over. 10 runs, not bad so far, and Hazelwood goes full and wide once more, and that's the end of the over. Good delivery from Hazel, changing the length somewhat, realizing that Johnson Charles is going on the leg side, trying to make room to make his shots.
Absolutely. And I see Franklin here in the chat is saying, wow, this partnership of Charles and Puran, has to take us deep at a significant run rate of about 14 runs per over. And that would be good, Franklin. So thanks for sharing there in the chat. And again, we know that Guyana is well represented here in the chat. So which other country is here? Let's keep on growing this live, and the only way we can do that is if you help us in terms of sharing and encouraging persons to come on over, and also encourage your friends and family members to hit the subscription button. All right, and like the video, guys. Just close the chat, the live chat, that X, and just tap that thumbs up button as well. Over to you, Rurian.
So Spencer Johnson is into the attack ball into Puran, who goes across this one, misses, goes over the stumps with a good start for Spencer Johnson. I think this is probably a point where the West Indies they're going to want to go after Spencer Johnson. Not a lot of experience here in T20 eyes, his third game. So I think he might be one of the bowlers that will be targeted. But I think they need to try as well to go straight. Sometimes there's a lot of cross-batted shots played here by the West Indians batsmen so far. But let's see what happens. Puran on strike, 18 off 8 for Puran as he goes through the offside, not getting much on that one. That was for 144 clicks there, so two dot balls. So West Indies getting a lot of boundaries, but not getting the singles and twos in between. All big shots coming, and that's something that they would want to work on once more as Quran is going to face up to Johnson once more. Good start from Johnson, two dot balls here, and the pressure is back on the West Indies once more as he bowls to Quran and pulls this one into mid cricket, and a simple opportunity he is given to the West Indies, to the Australians rather. Josh Hazelwood, he takes a catch that he would want all his catches to come this way to him at all times as he bowls back off the length, Turan goes for the pull, and Hazelwood making sure he gets everything on that, almost losing that one as he was falling backwards, but able to get the hands around it, and he takes the catch. Not looking like Hazelwood though. I think that might be somebody. Yes, that's Hardy. Hardy on the field. He takes the catch. Puran goes for 18 off 10, and that's the end of Puran for today. Needed much more from Puran, but it's not his day today at all, and the batting
But
will.
trust me, I like what I see today as opposed to the last time. So you saw, we could see the intent in terms of how he was playing with this one, and a ball that perhaps he should have left, but such is life sometimes. But this one for me is a better looking Puran as opposed to the last game. So I appreciate that and kudos to him, and that is absolutely awesome because I mean 18 from 10, we saw the intent. We see that, he could have been, so effective, damaging if he had gotten more time in terms of the opportunity. And I like that for him. So I'm not sure what's going on
Not
there.
sure what's happening. Either they're checking a few stuff out. Not sure. Hope is at the field already. Not
And the
sure if they're
captain, Puran has not left quiet. They're pretty much at the boundary there, talking to the umpire.
Yeah, so something is definitely
Something is
happening here.
happening here. So perhaps it's a case where they're disputing. um, but Hope, they say Hope is coming in. And you remember that catch, Brandon King last game should not have been, out of this one. So
Oh, I think probably they were saying that feelers were outside of the circle, so it could possibly be a no ball. I'm not sure. Not sure. They need to have a certain amount of fielders in the circle. So I'm not sure if that's where that's coming from.
perhaps because we're still in the power play, right?
Yes, we're still in the power play,
Yeah.
and he's given out. So that's so Puran goes there.
Powell is still there. I'm not too sure. He's not looking so happy about that, the captain of the West Indies.
So West Indies getting a good start, but not able to capitalize on all the deliveries that they have faced. You know, lots of the deliveries they haven't scored off. They have had some four sixes already and a few boundaries. So, needs to try and score off most of the balls that they are getting and see how that one works. So
Yeah, for sure. Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, West Indies 42 for 2. Hope is now at the crease and Hope. So it's going to be Charles and Hope. And we want to see a partnership, so that is definitely important in the context of, West Indies trying to meet, this total here in terms of winning. So the current run rate is 9.33 and the required run rate is 12.9. So we know that for sure, West Indies just need to step up a bit more in terms of, the run rate. And that can be lowered by, a very good over for the West Indies. But right now, we're still seeing a replay. This is from Hope, right? It's not okay, Hope. So Ruben is trying to get as much information as possible to just share with us. Wow. In terms of what is happening there. And I guess they I missed there in terms of a catch. No, perhaps not. And this looks, oh my God. I hope this one goes all the way. Well, lifesaver there for the West Indies from Charles, guys.
Charles,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Ruben. Go
So
ahead.
Charles opening the movie, clearing his front leg and hitting this one over long off. That one plugged, so he'll get 2 runs from it. Trying to remedy this over here that has been bowled by Johnson. He has just conceded just 3 runs from this over, and West Indies gets their target under the 200 mark. So 197 runs from 91 balls, 3 runs from this over, and the wicket of Nicholas Puran Johnson having a good start to this, you know, T20 series as he bowls to Johnson Charles. And that one is over, banging short over the head of the batsman, over the keeper. And that's going to go away for 5 wide. So 5 runs to the total for the West Indies. Johnson, seen Charles backing away a little bit, went for the short ball, banged that one in, and it went way over his head. And it's Matthew Wade, he's not the tallest man there. He wasn't able to reel that one in, and West Indies getting a little bit of help here from the Australians. So here's Johnson back to Charles, and Charles hit this one in the stands for 6. Beautiful shot by Johnson Charles. He seemed to be on song here, and this over has been remedied here. So 13 runs from this over. Johnson Charles hitting that last one for 6. You know, beautiful comeback for the West Indies in this one. And Johnson Charles, he's 24 from 10 balls. West Indies have already had hit 6 sixes and 2 4s. So the run chase is off to a good start, I would say, and not able to capitalize on all the balls that they have gotten. But Johnson Charles is keeping the team in the hunt. Nicholas Puran played, a cameo as well, 18 of 10 balls, as we're the catch there taken in the crowd by one of the female spectators. She's absolutely over the moon, and lots of high fives there. And, the man that dropped that catch for that of the six that Charles hit the last over. He's livid that the lady was able to take that catch and he wasn't, as Hope holds out for a duck here. Second ball, Hope trying to go over the onside of the first ball of Michael Stone. This is over and he's caught at mid wicket. So Hope goes for a two-ball duck, and West Indies have lost their third wicket. Lots of wickets falling here, and the fact that Johnson Charles is playing so well is an indication that we could think about just giving the strike so that he can go after the bowling, as it seems to be that he has found his range. You know, but with some strategies. We can remember that innings that was played by Marcus Stoinis himself. He didn't hit a lot of boundaries, but he gave Maxwell the strike, and that proved to be, quite fitting. Speaking about Maxwell, he's the one who took that catch to get Hope um, out. So Hope is gone for naught, and I hope the hope that has gone is not the hope for the West Indies team as Rodman Powell, the captain, comes to do battle. He is a good player, needs no introduction, and the team needs him to play one of his finest innings here. Not usually you see him batting in the power play.
Yeah, for sure. So he just needs to settle a little bit before he starts, powering out. We saw that he was powering, the last game, but he understood the assignment and he was just coming hitting. So right now we just want him to settle and, just go. All right. So it's still Stonis. That's wide. And so another extra there for the West Indies. All right, over to you, Ryan.
So Stone is bowling to Powell, angling this one in. No one to give him any room at all to play to freeze arms, angling this one down the leg side, and that one goes away for a wide. So Powell facing up to Stonis once more. Stonis bowls to Powell, good delivery, pitching on off, leaving Powell off the pitch, beats him outside, goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. So good start here by Marcus Stonis. Ricket off his first ball and getting West Indies, pegging West Indies back. West Indies 57 for 3 after 5.2 overs, and they will have lots to do in this run chase, knowing that this is the last over of the field restrictions. I was hoping that they could score close to 100 out of this, but not going to happen today as Powell knocks this one down to the third man boundary before expertly played back of a length delivery and Powell opening the face and running this one down to the third man boundary. He's off the mark. 4 from 2 balls for him now. Johnson Charles, he's 24 from 10, and the West Indies score moves up to 61, I think, 61 for 3 after 5.3 overs.
Yeah, for sure. So that's a well played shot there from Powell. And, we just want to see the West Indies settle. And if the captain and Charles can get a very good partnership going, then we should see the run rate going down because that's what we want to see. And that's a miss there from, Australia there, I guess. I don't know. But, that's good there for the West Indies so far, perhaps another boundary would do in this, over for the West Indies. Yeah, he dropped it, right, Ruran?
I'm not well. He dropped the ball for sure. I'm not sure if it made contact with the bat. The umpire haven't signaled, so I'm not too sure about that one. So Stone is back to Powell again. This one comes back off the pitch. He appeals. There is no response from the umpires. So that one, the West Indies go through for a single. That's going to be a leg by. So Powell is 4 runs from 3 balls. Charles is back on strike. And this is the thing that I don't want to happen. I don't want Charles to be starved too much off the strike because Charles is he has found his range, and I would say he holds the key right now for the West Indies as Tony comes in to bowl to Charles, who goes for the lap and he's out caught behind. So Charles going for a lap sweep, not able to control the shot very well, and Stone is taking 2 wickets in his first over, and that's that's West Indies losing 4 wickets in the power play, and that's going to be big trouble for them as this one um came off the glove of Johnson Charles, and you know as Franklin said earlier, it's the shot selection. Like he was doing so well standing up and batting, and you take your chances in this game, and you will win some and lose some, but I would rather see them stand up and bat rather than try to play those little cheeky shots and get out. It's all well and good when it comes off, but when it doesn't, you look a little bit on the silly side. So West Indies top order has been blown away pretty quickly by the Australian bowling. 2 wickets for Stonis in his first over, 1 wicket for Johnson, a man who's playing his third T20I, and that's pretty much where things are right now. Where West Indies, they are all they're all behind the game in this one as Rutherford comes out to bat. Lots of responsibility on the head of Robman Powell now. Huge target and the loss of wicket, the wicket rate has been so fast that it's going to take a good partnership at good clicks to get things back on target as Johnson comes in for his second over as the West Indies will have to find a way to get through this. They have to consolidate. They'll have to play their shots and try to preserve their wickets. So it's a tough task for them. As Johnson comes into Powell, who runs this one down to third man, and he goes through for a single, undecided about that second run there, changing his mind very late there, and West Indies goes on to 63 for 4 after 6.1 over. So West Indies need to be a little bit more keen with this one. Not able to turn that one into two there. So West Indies needing 179 runs from 83 balls. Need some good batting here from Rutherford. Lots of overs for him to face today. So should be able to construct an inning, but it's lots of runs to get as well. So it has to be at a good click as Johnson comes into Rutherford, who plays this one down the pitch for him. 2 slips employed here by Mitch Marsh as he's trying to go for the kill in this game. So 2 slips for Rutherford. He just faced his first ball, knocking that one down the pitch back to Johnson, who's having a good game so far. Good first over there, spoiled by a six by Charles that was knocked out of the park. Um, Here is Johnson into Rutherford and edge and caught. So a fifth wicket is down. Ball pitched on off stump, shaping away, and Rutherford goes for a 2-ball duck. And West Indies is totally under this one. They have been put under immense pressure by some good bowling from the Australians here. Lots of scoreboard pressure as well. But this is a top class delivery here from Johnson, pitching on off and shaping away, edge found, catch taken, and that's 5 wicket down for 63 runs. And the West Indies top order has not performed any at all as Andre Russell trots out to the crease. And it's going to be the Jamaican duo who will have to try to challenge this one. So not what you'd want to see if you are a West Indies fan. Half of the batting is done inside Ted overs, not playing this one very well. But, to take nothing away from Rutherford, that was a top delivery, pitching on about off, angling in, pitching and shaping away, squared him up. And Wade made no mistake behind the stumps. And West Indies have lots of work to do. Andre Russell trotting out to the crease in the seventh over is not something that you will see very often. As Andre Russell's stats comes up, he's had 74 games, 847 runs, 250s, his best of 51. And West Indies would love to do with something from Russell here. We could take, a new high score from him today, as he's going to be facing up to Johnson, who's bowling very well. Johnson into Russell, who pulls this one through mid wicket. Will he find the boundary? Yes. So Russell finding the boundary with his first ball. Ball short of a length. Russell standing tall and pulling this one through mid wicket for four. And that's a good shot from Andre Russell here. Let's hope he'll be able to stay out there and bat for a few overs. If these two get in for a bit, I know they will make sure the scoreboard is ticking over. Johnson is still having two slips there. Should want to pitch the ball up a little bit more to Russell, but let's see what happens as Johnson comes into Russell. And Russell goes for a big shot once more. Inside edge found, and this one runs away for another boundary. Lots of applause there from his slip card and Matthew Wade around there, but not a shot that Andre Russell would be proud of, but the results, it goes in the scorebook as four. So he can afford to bat a little bit more circumspect, I would say. I think he is probably worried a little bit about the run rate as well. West Indies needing 171 runs from 70 balls as Russell drives this one down the ground. Beautiful shot for four. So lovely way to end the over from a West Indies standpoint. Russell putting away his three balls that he faced. He's 12 from three. Powell is 5 from 5. West Indies is 75 for 5. And let's see what will happen with this one. Well, Russell is the type of batsman that is going to play his shot. That's how he plays cricket. He's
Yeah,
only
yeah,
one way.
yeah. It's going
And,
to hit hard. And that is why he's, down the order because he's not going to be there like, at the top where, you need people to settle in a bit more. So this is what we're going to see. Not that we don't want to see this, but West Indies kind of in a really not so stable position yet. But at the same time, we need the run, we need the runs. So we see Zampa. Zampa is coming in now and they're kind of repositioning the field. So I guess Captain Marsh is doing that and maybe trying to set up Powell for a catch here. So Powell just has to be careful in terms of how he approaches Zampa. So this looks like a ball that is going to pace high to get a catch close to the boundary there. So let's hope that Powell understands, what is happening and he just needs to just calm down and kind of find and just kind of play the balls carefully here. I don't know, Ruben, if you share what I'm sharing here in terms of my view, that they're going to try to set him up for a catch. Just seeing how they position the field, and that looks like a very good sweep there. Well, not quite getting to the boundary, but a good shot there from Powell.
yeah, Powell sweeping that one to get off the strike as Zampa, who would consider to be the biggest threat. He bowled Russell first ball he faced last game. So I'm sure Russell will have that in the back of his mind here. But let's see. Russell has been playing his shots since he's gone out there. Should he go in, and play Zampa on merit, or should he just continue playing his game? I think if he sees it in his range, he should go for it. But he should be mindful of what Zampa is trying to do. And he's circumspect all behind that one from Zampa and plays it on in the offside for, a dot ball there. So he's watching this one carefully. Zampa pulling that one down. He's right behind that one and knocks it out into the cover position, and there's no run. So good start here for Zampa as he comes in, goes to Russell. A Yorker length delivery, and that one's gone through everyone. And it might run close to the boundary here. Won't get to the boundary. They should get back for three as Rodman Powell almost getting run out there, but I'm not sure what was happening with the running. I think they had lots of time to get three runs there. So I think that's going to be biased as Zampa comes in on pretty much almost yawking Russell there. But, that throw from Johnson, if that had hit, it would be pretty close. But three more runs to the total here. And West Indies there moved up to 79 for 5 from 7.4 overs. Powell on strike to Zampa. Zampa comes into Powell, who cuts this one to backward point. There's no run. So 4 runs from 5 balls here in Zampa's over. Good start for Zampa. So West Indies need to find a bowler that they can tackle. So Dre Russ has his name plastered on his back there as Zampa bowls to Powell, who knocks this one down the pitch to him, showing him, prime respect. Powell hasn't been good facing leg spin, so he's knocking that one back to Zampa. 4 runs from that over, brilliant over there from Adam Zampa, and Zampa showing all his skills here, all his variations, trying to get these two right-handers out. But they will have to find somebody that they could target as it relates to this. They'll have to go after somebody. And as I said, see, it's Josh Hazelwood who's coming back into the attack just to, I guess, trying to get one of these two batsmen out because they know that, getting one of these two out would pretty much be the game for them. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here for this West Indies team. Andre Russell is 15 from 5. He's going to be facing up to Josh Hazelwood. Let's see what kind of feel he'll have for Hazelwood. He's coming in for his third over, 1 for 10 from 2 as he bowls to Russell here. And Russell swings this one down the ground. Will he get where he goes for 1? He's back for 2. So 2 more runs to Andre Russell there. So it looks like a slow ball from Josh Hazelwood, but Russell was going in the V, which was helpful for him. West Indies needing 161 runs from 160. Oh, sorry, from 71 ball, my bad, here. So this is going to be an interesting run chase. They have to go after the golden with not much wickets in hand. So, putting themselves at a disadvantage, not getting much contribution up the order. Nothing from Hope, nothing from Rutherford as Hazelwood took Powell short and over his head. He gets under that one. Will that be called a wide? No, he's getting a dot ball there, a legal delivery. But bowling that short ball so early in the over means that Russell knows that Josh Hazelwood will not have a bouncer to come again in this over. So he's going to prize himself knowing that Josh Hazelwood might have to push his length up. And I think Russell will be waiting to pounce on that if he gets the chance. So man at mid wicket and long on as Josh Hazelwood into Bronte Russell pulls this one into the onside and he'll get a single. Cramped for room there. Good ball from Josh Hazelwood as Powell comes into strike. West Indies 82 in 8.3 overs. And the trouble is not that, but the trouble is that West Indies has lost 5 wickets. At this stage, Australia was 79 for 3. So let's see what West Indies can do. They're ahead on a few runs and ahead on a few wickets as well as Josh Hazelwood comes in to bowl to Rodman Powell, who plays this one down to long off and goes through for a single. Good single here, and they get an overthrow, and that's good running by the West Indians. Good running here. So well aware of what is happening here with this Johnson, I think, shied at the stump. Powell was in easily, hit the stump and it ricocheted, and they were able to get a second run here. So Good running here by Powell and Russell. Two guys that can do well as it relates to running. They can do really well. So here goes Hazelwood into Powell, and Powell goes across that line there, and I'm telling you, that wasn't too far away from bowling Powell. He went right across that one, trying to go over mid wicket, and that one went over middle stump, just over middle stump here, and he lives to fight another day. So, they have to go after a few of the bowlers because you can't allow a bowler to come and bowl without, not conceding lots of runs, and that's where they're going to have a challenge because all the Australian bowlers have started pretty well, and West Indies will they have their work cut out for them. And Hazelwood with his last ball to Powell, who flicked this one over square leg for six. I think it's getting a bit low there, and it's four. As a matter of fact, it drops just inside the boundary. So Powell getting his second boundary. He's 12 from 12. Josh Hazelwood going for the Yorker, and it was a little bit too full. Powell getting down on one knee and sweeping him over behind square for a boundary, finding the middle of the bat with that shot. Good result here for the West Indies as they try to seek this task of closing out this game. 242 runs they're trying to get to win this match to get back into this T20 series.
Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, welcome. If you're just tuning in, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And here goes Andre Russell. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, and it goes for a four there. So Zampa is, the bowler in right now. First delivery, a four from Russell. And I am seeing Franklin in the chat. Franklin is saying we definitely need divine intervention. All right. So the Almighty needs to grace us with a miracle. And anything is possible, Franklin. With God, everything is possible. So let's keep praying up the West Indies. And, Russell there. And he holds that run. Could have been dangerous. So welcome, welcome, guys. And for sure, we're still rallying around the West Indies. So I noticed the chat here, just rallying around the West Indies here. So welcome if you're just tuning in, and the West Indies, they take a quick run there. So far from this over, about 5 runs from this over so far, and we have Zampa. So the current run rate is 9.79. The required run rate is 14.2. All right, so West Indies still, needs a lot here in the context of what is required. All right, so Zampa goes again, and a big hit there. Will it go to the boundary? No. So there's a fielder there, and I believe they get at least one run for that. So six so far from this over with two deliveries remaining. So Russell is on strike here, 23 from 11 deliveries so far, and the captain, 13 from 13. So let's see what Russell will do here. He's perhaps trying to go for the boundary, and he does, and it's
Gone
all
for
the
six.
way gone for six. So I got that. I predicted that one. So far, 12 from this over, not bad. So Russell can calm down with the next shot. Powell and Russell there having a bit of chat there. So perhaps in terms of what is happening in terms of Zampa there. Is it Zampa? Yeah,
Yeah.
Zampa there bowling. So, good there, good going there with that six. And, for sure would love to see more boundaries in terms of getting this run rate down and meeting that required score. So they quickly do a run here, and I believe that's one. I doubt they got back for the two. So one run there. So not a bad over this one for the West Indies. About 13 runs from this over. So, not so bad there as you can see. and Russell there, doing well in this context. So I believe Powell will be no, or Russell is perhaps going to maintain the strike because they took a run there. All right, so let's see. Stonis comes back in and Rurian.
Yep, Stone is back into the attack, and I think, let's see, Russell is off to a start here. It's 30 from 13. Rodman Powell is a runner ball 13 here. West Indies with that six was up to their 100. So after 10 overs, they're 100 runs. So they need 142 runs off their last 10 overs. And, if you want persons who are striking the ball to be at the crease, you'd want Rodman Powell and Russell at the crease, and the first ball from Stone is to Russell is pushed into the mid wicket stand. So the pace that Stone is bowls is going to be nice. I think something that Russell would be comfortable with, and he bowls this one short, and Russell needed no second invitation for that one, and he put that one into the second tier. So good shot for Russell. He's having a good day out with the bat, and that's what West Indies wants. So he wants him to continue here. So hopefully, well, so and that's a good. The fan is taking a picture with the ball in the stand as Powell, as Russell faces up to Stonis, and Stonis drifts this one wide off stump, too wide, and that's called a wide. So an extra run to the West Indies total here, as Powell is not Powell, but Russell is looking to pounce on anything that's in his arc. And the square boundaries are really short. So, hopefully Russell will be able to find the middle of the bat a few more times as Stonis comes into Russell, and Russell cuts this one away out to the sweeper on the offside and goes through for a single and brings Powell on strike. So they need to get this next 5 overs here is going to be really critical for the West Indies. They would want to ideally score about 70 runs or so in the next say 28 balls, just to keep the run chase alive without losing any wickets.
Wicket. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be awesome, Ruben. That would be awesome. And I'm seeing Franklin is saying Russell has got to take down Zampa, take him to the cleaners. And so he's trying here. So, Russell, doing seems as if he means business and is perhaps going to go to the 50 soon. Welcome, guys. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Easiest ways to support us. There are, of course, other ways you can support us, in terms of super chat, channel membership, but easiest way to support us, hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And I can tell you, oh my gosh, Russell is gone. He went for a shot. I guess that was a delivery, that he wasn't expecting. And so that's a wicket there, unfortunately. Ruren, I have to give you back the start
All
right
right,
now.
so it was Stonis again. He did this one into the pitch, and Russell going for the pull shot over mid wicket, not making good contact with this one. He looked at the toe end of his bat. He didn't get good contact. Got a start. Russell's 37 from 16, unable to continue, and that one he found the mid wicket fielder. English was out there. He made no mistake. Russell should have done better with that. Stone is getting his third wicket in his second over as he bounced that one in. Russell went for the pull and wasn't able to find enough bat on that one, and he held out on the mid wicket boundary there. Not um, in the best position to play that shot. He was pretty much playing that pull off the front foot, not looking too much on the ball there, and he held out for 37. A good knock from him, but needed to stay there a little bit longer. And in walks Romario Shepherd, a good batsman as well. But West Indies have lots of work to do, and I'm not sure how they're going to get this one done. But uh, definitely set up there was Andre Russell. he's not the best when it comes on to the short pitch bowling. So that's what they used. They bowled short to him, and he held out as Stonis comes in to Shepherd. That one comes back off the seam. Shepherd is playing, not getting any bat onto that apparently. Big appeal though, and the Captain Marsh is not going to go for an appeal, but that one pitched on off some cutback had Shepherd in half there, and he cut Shepherd in half there, and let's see, it probably clipped his trousers. He's lucky that one bounced over because that was through the gate easily, and he could have easily been back into the pavilion for another cheap score on this tour. So Shepard lives to fight another day. He has a little smirk on his face, so hopefully this will be his day. Short again is Stone. He's bowling some really sharp balls here. He's bowling just 126, and he helmet. So Shepard is wrapped on the helmet here, and he's okay though. But Stone is bowling a pretty fiery spell here, bang that one in and hitting Shepard flush on the helmet. It looks a lot quicker than what the speedometer is saying. They're going to go through their protocol to check the gear to ensure that Shepard is okay. I think he will be fine. Brilliant over there from Marcus Stonis, an over that started with a six and ended with two dot balls. He got 9 runs from that over, and he got the big wicket of Andre Russell. So the inning that Maxwell played totally taking this game away from the West Indies. And I really wanted West Indies to win this one to come back into the game to make sure that the last game is something that would be give you that instance of excitement. But let's see what happens here. It never over until it's over. Maxwell playing a brilliant inning, and let's see who's going to play that brilliant inning for the West Indies team.
For sure, for sure. Welcome if you're just tuning in. Welcome to our coverage here. And I see Franklin is saying, "Oh my goodness, Dre Russell. Oh my God." And I share the same sentiment there. But West Indies now they're pretty much having it more challenging in terms of meeting, the score. So they need 132 runs or 131 right now from 53 deliveries to win. The current run rate is 9.94, and what is required is about 14.8. So West Indies definitely need, they need some runs here, but they do not have the wickets in hand to gamble, or to hit hard. So more like careful and trying. But a big request here for the West Indies. Still doable if they're able to play through, some more deliveries to the boundary. And so that can be done, of course. Guys, please remember to close the chat and hit the like button and the subscription button. All right, let's continue to grow this platform so that we can continue to bring you, coverage, and who knows, we might be, somewhere coming soon where we can come live from, perhaps not, but at least be there to show you some footage. And that's a boundary there from Powell of 4, and so that's a well needed boundary there from the skipper himself, Rovman Powell. Also, let me know where you're tuned in from. I know that Guyana is here. Who else is here? Let me know. Jamaica, are you here? Australia, are you here? Trinidad, are you here? Let me know where you're tuned in from. Would love to hear from you in the chat as well. So let's keep the chat going. All right. So is that a wide or looks like a wide to me, but a legal delivery dot ball. So that's good there. So Powell is on strike, pretty slow to 19 off 17, so he hasn't really gotten into the form that I would want to see.
So almost kind of showing up like Puran did in the last one. So hoping to see a little bit more from the skipper here. So, but he's also timing, and that is important. So that's a big six there. Not a big, but a six from the captain. I guess he heard me right here telling him that he needs to step up. And so he's now 25 of 18. So a little bit better here from the skipper, you know, Ravman Powell, and well needed boundary at this time for the West Indies. Over to you, Rurian.
Yeah, so good shot there from Powell, hitting that one over long on, and not going to. He's going to give it his all. I know him as that sort of player. As he plays this last ball of the over out to square leg, and he'll pick up a single. So he moves on to 26 from 19. Shepherd is 1 from 3, and not a bad over there for them. 13 runs from that one. Fair enough. He's bowled 3 overs for 44, and he was taken to by Johnson Charles in his first spell. So Mark trying to get rid of his 4 overs, and it's going to be Johnson who has had a good game so far, 2 for 26 in his 2 overs. He's going to be bowling to Robman Powell, and the West Indies needs 119 runs from 48 balls. Mitchell March not making the West Indies know who's coming from the end. He's mixing the bowlers up really nice to hear. But, 8 overs to go. Let's see what West Indies can do. They're renowned for their power hitting. The captain is there. Shepherd can do some work as well. Jace the holder to come. Good batting in this team in terms of depth, but let's see how the application aspect goes as Powell swings at this one, not making good contact. This one goes back to the bowler, and it's another dot ball. So West Indies 123 for 6, and we're in the 13th over here. Powell, he's 26 from 20. Shepherd, he's 1 from 3. And Johnson is with the ball. He's 2 for 26 in his 2.1 overs. And the West Indies need a few big overs here to make this game interesting as Johnson comes into bowl to Powell. Up to the wicket now and bowls to Powell. And Powell lock sleep this one over the keeper's head. He'll find the boundary. And that's a good shot from Robman Powell. He goes up to 30. And the West Indies goes up to 127 for 6 after in the 13th over here. So premeditated that one was Robman Powell getting enough bat on that one, a couple of bounces, and he found that fine leg boundary. So improvising here, and that's a well needed boundary for the West Indies. 10 fours and 9 sixes here for the West Indies as Robman Powell settles once more, waits on Johnson. Spencer Johnson, 2 for 13 is 2.2 overs as he comes into bowl to the West Indies captain. Bowls and Powell nudges this one down to a short fine leg and sets off for a single. Not sure if he got back on that or it was a leg by. We'll let you know soon. So it's a leg by, just not hitting the bat, but hitting the pad there and brings Romario Shepherd in strike. Romario Shepherd has not had a good series with the bat down under so far. So I'm hoping from a Guyanese and a West Indies standpoint that he'll have a good game. He has tons of potential, and this is where you want him to show what he can do. As he goes for a pull shot there, not able to make good contact with that one, and the ball rolls back to the bowler. So 4 balls in this over. West Indies have scored 5 runs from this one. Powell is talking to him, making sure that they're on the same page with this run chase. West Indies needs 114 runs from 44 balls. Can they do it? They have 4 wickets in hand. Needs a good partnership. One good partnership here could change this game and take it close as Johnson comes in to bowl to Shepherd, and Shepherd pulls this one and so heading for a single, not able to make it for the single, and he was sent back by Rodman Powell. He makes his ground okay, and that's another dot ball. So another mid pitch conversation again. Powell trying to keep Shepard in check, making sure that all right, we'll make up in another over. Let's try to get through this one. I'm thinking that Zampa might be bowling the next over there. Um, Stone. I think March is kind of mixing up his bowler, but you say Stone is, I say example. Let's see if we're going to be both wrong, or you will be right, and or I will be right. Let's
Well,
see what
perhaps
happens.
he's trying to avoid Stonis because he replaced him, but maybe I think he might just come now because they were perhaps hoping Johnson could perhaps get another wicket here, given what has happened, and he's doing pretty well, I'll say.
So last ball of Johnson's over to Romario Shepherd. He went for a booming drive inside edge pound, and that ran away for 4 down to fine leg. So important boundary there for the West Indies. Really important boundary there for them, and that takes the score, the required runs that they need down to 110. And yes, that's what 110 from 42 balls, 7 overs. So we hope and trust that we'll get a few big overs in here and see. We have the West Indies captain out there. He's 30 from 22. Um, Shepard, he's 5 from 6, scoring his first boundary. Zampa, I'm not sure what is happening. If Zampa was off the field, it seems like they're saying that he's not able to bowl right now. I'm not too sure what's happening here as it relates to the umpires. He's still having a word with the umpires, and Zampa is pretty upset too. Um, let's see what happens here. So it's going to be who's going to take up the attack here. And it's Marcus Stonis, as said by Natasha Lee. Stonis, a brilliant spell, 2 overs, 3 wickets for 14 runs. And he has
But would
done,
love to know what happened with Zampa there.
maybe he was off the field for a bit.
Okay,
So when they're off the field for a bit, they have to stay a period of time back on the field
before
before they're able to participate. So
makes
probably
sense.
something like that happened. I'm not too sure about that, but it's going to be West Indies 110 from 42 balls. Can they do it? Can they do it? Can they do it? Is the question as Powell faces up to Stone. Powell hits this one over the offside for 4. So short ball, Powell leans back, hits this one over extra cover. That finds the boundary, and West Indies gets closer to their target. Stone is trying to get out of Powell's arc, and he tennis backs this one over extra cover. Bounces one time, one bounce, and into the boundary for 4. Powell is going to try and make a game of this one. I'm sure he's the captain, and he plays a lot of T10 games, so he's going to go at it. He plays this one. This one looks like he goes sky high in the air. Will he get it into the stands? Yes, he does. Beautiful shot from Rovman Powell. I did know that one would have the legs to get there, and that one goes right into the mid-wicket stands about 10 rows back. There was a fielder out there. He stood there. He was also a spectator for that shot. Powell gets to 40.
Yeah, and I can just imagine Marsh and Zampa, they're going to be perhaps pretty mad and annoyed now, given that, I guess the captain wanted Zampa in. And, but let's see what happens. And Powell just has to be careful, but, good so far. I get the sense that he wants to stay there until the very end, Powell.
Yes, for sure. And Powell, as I said, he's going to make a game of this, and they're going to keep going at these runs. West Indies probably, as I said, maybe have gone too hard at this, and as we see that young lady who took a catch over mid wicket there, the only crowd catch that we've seen this evening as Tony is into Powell, who hits this one down the ground powerfully, and he cut off there by David. Will he come back for his second run? No, he'll only take one for that one and brings Romario Shepherd in strike here. But that was hit powerfully. I'm not sure if he had um, Shepherd in any trouble there, as Shepherd will now do battle against Marcus Stonis. West
So
Indies 99 runs from 38 balls.
So interestingly, the chat now 90% is saying West Indies is going to win compared to Australia 10% in the chat. So the chat is very hopeful and keeping that faith for the West Indies, Rurian.
Well, I am hopeful as well, and it would be good to see them pull off this one. I want them to pull off this one so that the series is pretty level. So the third match would be something that would be something that the series decider, so to speak. As the
Rurian, do
messages.
they get money for catching the balls?
I don't think in this series, but I'm sure in
Oh,
the.
that man is pretty upset that he didn't get it. So I'm just wondering. Perhaps there might be something because the camera went back there at least a replay, and so I'm not too sure what's going on there.
So and review is called for here as Tony with his last ball of his over. He was full outside off stump, and Robario Shepherd was trying to knock this one over the offside. He goes for a big booming drive, and not sure if the edge was found. Stonis was pretty happy with that. Stonis was pretty happy with that, thinking that there was an edge. Shepard going for the shot, not sure if there was an edge on that ball and bat was pretty close together, but for West Indies' sake, I'm hoping that there is nothing there, no marks on the bat from hot spot, so that's a good sign. And West Indies will live to go on. No, so there's a little spike there on the Nico, but the ball past the bat. So the ball has passed the bat when that noise was made. So I doubt they'll be able to give this one out. It's not next to the bat. So that's what will save Shepard on this one, I think. I don't think he had hit that one any at all either. So there's a spike, but it was after. So that's not out here as Damper comes back into the attack. Stone is doing
So
really well there.
I
Three for
believe Australia they lost all their reviews now, right?
No, they have one.
Have
So
one to
if
go.
it's umpire's call, they maintain their review. So it's retained. But if
Yeah,
it is like this one where it's not out, really not out, you lose their
yeah,
review.
yeah, for sure. Okay.
So
Thanks for sharing and welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, please let us know where you're joining us from. And remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Now, Mr. Zampa can bowl. Over to you, Ren.
yes, as Powell goes down the pitch to Damper, drive this one to long on, and you get a single. So Damper bowling a nagging length there. West Indies needs 98 runs from 35 balls. It's a tough ask, but let's see what will happen here as we have two big hitters out there. Howitt isn't doing too badly. Shepard hasn't found his range yet, but he'll be facing Zampa, and he knocks this one into the offside, and there is no run. Another dot ball here, and that's something that the West Indies team needs to work on. Something that they have struggled with, but you need to find the gaps when the balls are good so that they're able to turn the strike over as Zampa tosses this one up and Shepard takes him downtown for six. Beautiful shot from Romario Shepard. That's what he's known for. They're big West Indian, getting a little bit of flight and getting underneath that one, hitting straight. And they think that's the key thing about that shot. He went straight down the ground. Six for Romario Shepard, his second boundary, and well needed from the West Indies as Zampa comes in to Shepard once more. He's back and cutting this one through the covers to the point boundary where It is fielded by Tim David, I think there. Good shot from Shepard, getting a six, turning the strike over to Powell. Let's see what will happen here. 91 runs from 32 balls. Can the West Indies pull this one off? Let's see. A damper comes in to Powell, who goes across the line with this one, not getting good contact on this one. He gets one, and they're back for two. Good running here. Brilliant running by Romario Shepherd, and that's two runs. I didn't know they would be coming back for two on that one, but they saw the opportunity. They were committed, and they were able to complete the two runs. Direct hit from Adam Zampa, to not the strongest stroke, but Romario Shepherd was clearly home there. So good running there by the West Indies. 10 runs from this over so far. It would be nice if they could end this over with a boundary. Let's see what will happen here as Zampa comes into Powell. He's 44 from 28. Comes into Powell. Powell knocks this one into the onside, takes a single, and that's the end of the over. I think Powell is saying that, we did well in this over. We got, some 11 runs from this one. We are not going to go. So West Indies needs 88 runs in their last five overs, and that's going to be scoring at about 17 runs per over.
Yeah, yeah, close to 18. So right now, Ruben, with the amount of deliveries remaining, they just need to hit hard and work with, who is left to come. We don't have time to be 12 off 11. Shepard needs to just start hitting. And if Powell is going to keep on to the end, but we need some big hits. Like we need a over with, just boundaries, like sixes
Uh,
and fours, but at
it,
least 20. We need a
Yeah.
20 from
So we need
over.
a couple of big overs. If a
Yeah.
couple of big overs would get us nicely back, in terms here. So Bernoff is coming back for his fourth over. He hasn't had a good day out with the ball, and I'm hoping that that will continue from a West Indies standpoint. So we would want to get, a few runs from this over here and set up this chase. If West Indies had wickets in hand, it would be another case, but the wicket rate was too fast. And let's see what Powell will do here. As Powell pulls this one into the onside, will he get two for this one? Yes, he comes back for two. Good throw there as well, not hitting the stumps. That would be close as well. East English doing good work there out on the mid wicket boundary. So two off that first ball. Good running here by the West Indians. So let's see what will happen here. Direct hits would have Powell in some trouble there, but not happening. And that's good for the West Indies. West Indies captain goes up to 47 of 30 balls. Let's see what will happen here as he waits on Bernard. And he pulls this one. This one goes up in the air. Hopefully, it goes out of the reach of the fielders. It goes for six. It goes for six over the head of the keeper. You don't see six coming there very often. Powell goes to his 50, and he's out there trying to take this one home for his team. A good innings for Powell. His sixth ODI T20 50 with 100 70 in 70 T20s for the West Indies. He's holding the key here for his team, and he's getting a six there that will go a far way in getting them close to this score. So good inning here from Powell. Started out slowly, had needed to, and he normally doesn't bat in the power play, and he was out there in the power play today. Responsible inning here, and he is trying his best now to get his team over the line. Will he be able to do it? Let's see. As Burnoff comes into him, bowls this one. This should be a wide. That's definitely outside the trem lines here. And Burnoff's bad day continues as he's gone for 53 in 3.2 overs. I wouldn't mind him giving us a few more, good deliveries to put away. So that we could get closer to this score. So 79 runs needed from 28 balls. Is that possible, guys? Is that possible? As Burnoff comes in, the bowl to Powell, and Powell drive this one through the offside out to the sweeper, and he'll get one run here. So turns the strike over to Romario Shepherd. Romario Shepherd here needs to come to the floor just to give Powell a little bit of support. Needs to get a few balls over the boundary or to the boundary. So let's see what happens here as, you know, Burnoff comes into Shepard. And Shepard pulls this one. It's in the air. Did he get enough back on that one? No, he did not. And he's caught at mid wicket. So not getting the raw back on that one. Burnoff comes back with a wicket in his final over. Shepard unable to find the boundary there this time. And that's the end of Romario Shepard not having a good time in the down under there with the bat, but good bowling here from Bernoff, and West Indies losing their seventh wicket. Good a little partnership there. 1-4-1-6 for Shepard. A run a ball, 12 for him, 8 dot ball. Didn't get off the way he wanted. That's the end of him for today.
Yeah, I felt that, we needed a little change. I don't know. He wasn't hitting and, the balls are going down. So for me, I'm okay with, Shepard going and he tried his best. So kudos to him. So Holder now is going to hit hard. And I mean, the wickets and the deliveries remaining are pretty much on par, I would say, for the West Indies. Just so if Powell is going to power all the way to the end, we need somebody who's going to hit and get us some boundaries to see how best we can make up for this. And so we need 78 runs from 26 deliveries. Is that possible, Ryan?
Oh, yes, it is possible as Burnoff comes into Pola, who knocks it back to him. He knocks this one down in his follow through, and there's a dot ball there. So I think West Indies has, chasing 242 has faced a lot of dot balls, and that's something that will come into questions. The Australians are 2 overs behind, so that's something that they can bank on too, where they will have to have an extra fielder in the field for the last couple of overs. So let's see how that will affect the end of this game as Holden knocks this one into the mid wicket region and gets off the mark. So one more to the score. West Indies 165 for 7 after 16 overs, 24 balls, 77 runs, and they need a big over here as we look on Powell's 55 fours and 3 sixes for the captain who was unsung today, trying his best to get his team over the line here and will need a few lusty blows. I think the Zampa will come in for his last over, the next time, the next when the game resumes here. But we need a big over, an over with about 20 or 30, close to 30 runs. That would shake this run chase very nicely. But Powell is well set. Zampa is in for his last over, and let's see what will happen here. Holder might just need to try to give Powell the strike to see if he's able to. But Holder is no slug with the bat. He can hit well too. So Powell damper into Hole, who drives out to cover and gets the strike back to Rodman Powell. So Powell back on strike here. He has lots to do for this one, and Zampa knows that Powell will be coming at him. So this is an interesting scenario here with Rovman Powell, though he is a pretty strong guy, so I know sometimes he's not even to the pitch, but he's able to muscle the ball over the boundary. I think he's going to try to go after Zampa in this over. I think this is going to be the last over spin for sure. Powell goes over the offside, and that's gone for 6. Beautiful shot by Rovman Powell. That one was floated up outside off stump, and Rovman Powell opening up his shoulders, opening up the face of his bat, and deposits this one over the cover boundary for 6. Beautiful shot from the captain Can he do it for his team today? Beautiful shot.
Well, he's really showing us that that is what he wants to do in terms of delivering for the West Indies, and he faces another delivery here. Hits hard in
And
the
he
midfield,
dropped that
dropped.
point there, powering that one into the covers, and the fielder went up. He went, and they got 2 runs here. It's Marcus Stonis, and he has been bowling well today. If his hand is injured, that could play into the West Indies' hand, as he got two hands to that one. It burst through, and that's going to be really hard on his fingers there, and he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Powell coming back for two. So 9 runs from 3 balls in this over. Can Powell find the boundary again? West Indies 68 runs from 21 balls. As Zampa comes into Powell. And Powell drives this one back to Zampa. He knocks it down. He'll get a single for that one. So 67 runs from 21 balls as West Indies try to get closer to this target. Powell hitting them hard right now, and good hand on that one from the the bowler there. Hand should be a little stingy right now. Hopefully, he'll bowl a bad ball to Holders. Zampa comes into Holder. Holder swings this one away in the leg side. He should come back for two. No, they're taking one for this one. So 6, 10 off the over, 11 runs off this Tampa over already. And the key thing today is that did not get uh, give Zampa a wicket this time. So that's pretty good that the umpire doing well there to evade that one. And this is some good cricket. So last ball of Adam Zampa's spell. I don't think Powell will go after him on this last ball, knowing where the stage of the game is, unless he's going to throw this one up somewhere in his arc. But let's see what will happen here. Powell down the pitch. Will he get that one? He bangs this one and he's caught. So Powell down the pitch. He's caught. Zampa getting a wicket off his last ball. And that's the end of Robman Powell. He goes for 63 of 36. And I'm telling you, this one is just not going the way of the West Indies at all, as Powell getting out to the last ball of Zampa's spell. West Indies did pretty well with facing him up until this point. A good innings from the captain, nonetheless. He scored 5 fours and 4 sixes in his inning here, and that's 176 for 8 for him. 3 overs left, 66 runs, and West Indies needs 22 runs per over to finish off this one. But I tell you, Powell was down the pitch and found the fielder perfectly there. Have to give him credit for the innings that he has played, though he did really well. Needed a little bit more support from the rest of the batting, but it's a tough one for the West Indies, as Akil Hussain comes to the crease. He's 175 runs in his career, a best of 44 and an average of 21. So two pretty much new guys at the crease. Josh Hazelwood comes back into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to Holder. As he bowls to Holder, Holder edges this one away for four. So beautiful shot in the context of this one, as Josh Hazelwood with the 18th over, 62 runs from 17 balls. Can Holder pull off this one? West Indies 13 sixties, 13 fours. Did well with this run chase, I must say, despite they lost a lot of wickets in the initial stages. The top order did not fire, apart from Charles did a little bit, but everyone else fell like pins. Like pins here, as Hazelwood to hold a full toss, and Holder pulls this one in the mid wicket area, finds the boundaries. Yes, beautiful shot there. David won't cut that one off, and Holder hitting two boundaries off the first two balls here. Good going here by Holder. And it could be a lot closer if Robert Powell didn't get out on that last ball there, but we can only speculate what could have happened. As Holder, who had a good game in with the bat in the first game, is doing so, doing well again here in the second game. 58 runs from 16 balls. Can West Indies do this one as Hazelwood into Holder? Holder drive this one for four through the offside. Brilliant shot. That one went like a bullet from a gun. That was fast.
Yeah, quick and fast. And I was asking earlier if we should have, have him like up, but perhaps he just positioned at the right place. But will he be able to do it today? We have always seen him coming in at a point where West Indies is really in a very challenging position, and he's always doing his best. I'm not sure if we're giving him too much, and perhaps again considering putting him up, you know, in the top order there. I'm
All
not
right,
sure.
so Hazelwood into Holder, and that one's a slow one. He beats him and beats the keeper, and they get a single.
Oh my
So
God, that's good.
Hazelwood is going to be livid with himself there that he did bowl a good ball, slow ball outside off stump. Holder going for the shot, and that bounced a few times before it gets to Matthew Wade. He had the long barrier and everything out, but wasn't able to cut that one off. So a bye conceded here. West Indies needed 53 runs from 14 balls. Can they do it? Akil Hussain is on strike. He's going to be facing up to the bowler Josh Hazelwood there. And let's see what will happen here. It's always closer than you think when it comes down to these stages. You know, let's see a few more balls going out of the park, and let's see how this would look as Hazelwood into Akil Hussain. He's bowled off some beautiful delivery there. Full length delivery, Yorker length delivery. Hussain playing down the wrong line, and he's bowled. Hazelwood gets his second wicket, and that's the end of Akil Hussain. It was full and slow on off stump, and Hussain goes beautiful bowling from Josh Hazelwood. He doesn't often changes his length, and when changes his length this time, coming full close up to the back there, he got the wicket of Akil Hussain. Another batsman going without troubling the scorers, and that's a point where West Indies have done, you know, badly in this one. So three batsmen, I think, in this team has gone without troubling the scorers. Well, Akil Hussain is not picked for his batting, but you know, West Indies has lots of work to do, lots of thinking to do as the last man, Azari Joseph comes in. He's going to be there with Jason Holder to try to see exactly what they can do in what's left of this run chase. Azari Joseph, a strike rate of 121 games, and he has scored 100 runs. So tonight's attendance in the game, 19, almost 20,000 people to see this one. Lots of runs scored here, over 400 runs, I would say, scored in this one. Yes, definitely over 400 runs. So great entertainment for the fans. Some beautiful catching in the crowd as well. And as well as on the field as Hazel into Azar Joseph, who's in behind that one, blocks that one out to into the offside. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the spell for Josh Hazelwood. 13 runs from this over, but he got the important wicket of Akil Hussain. So Josh Hazelwood with good returns there. A full ball that went under the bat of Akil Hussain, hitting the off stump, the base of off stump, and he was bowled first ball. And that's the end of Hazelwood. He's won 4 overs, 2 wickets, 31 runs. Can't ask for a better from that man who is out there. It's going to be Jason Holder against this guy. He's called Johnson. He was the one who started, thing the problems for West Indies, getting rid of Nicholas Puran there. And Puran had a great start to his innings with some 3 sixes, and then Johnson was brought into the attack, and Puran wasn't able to line him up as he comes in with his last over, bowling to Jason Holder, who swings this one. and they go through for a single. Well, it's going to be a leg by, I think, off the first ball. Azari Joseph, he fancies himself with the bat as well. West Indies needing from 53 runs from 11 balls. That looks like the knuckleball that was bowled there by Johnson. No pace on it, and Holder wasn't able to line that one up. Joseph on strike here. West Indies 52 runs from 11 balls. Can they do it? 11-6 to 66, so it's still possible. So let's see what happens here. No ball and a wide will make it a lot interesting. One wicket in hand as Joseph tries at that one, not making contact, and it goes to Matthew Wade. 52 runs from 10 balls. It's getting more difficult as these guys bowl. But kudos to the West Indies from the standpoint that where they were, they might get close to 200 runs here, and they need to work on pace in their innings and work on their bowling too, and that would help them lost in this one as Jazari Joseph lines this one up, hits it to cover, and that ball is tossed to Johnson. He takes the bails off. I'm not sure if Joseph has made this ground here. I think they'll take this one upstairs to check. It's going to be a close call, and let's see what happens. West Indies 191 for 9 in 18.3 overs. Mitchell March on the verge of his second win here in this series, and closing out this series nicely for the Australian team. Let's see, and that's it. Joseph is run out, so that's it. A comprehensive win here for the Australians. They win this one by 52 runs over the West Indies, and that's that for this one. Beautiful game by the Australians. West Indies, they fought hard, but they weren't able to overthrow this one, and there's some words being exchanged here with the umpire and the players on the field not having the best relationship. I think out there has been some running with the bowlers and the umpires, the fielders and the umpires out there on the field. Let's see what happens here. They're still out there talking. The decision hasn't been made yet. It's a run out, so it most likely is going to be out. You can be run out of for no ball. So it's kind of pointless what is happening here. Because the unfield umpire is not. I wonder if they're saying he disturbed the thing with his hand and not the ball. It as long as the ball is in the hand, it is fine. So if he disturbs the stumps with the ball out of his hand, then he has fouled the stump, and he would have to get the ball, then pull a stump out the ground. But I don't see anything wrong with this one. Zari Joseph was late with that one. He ran through, and I'm not sure what's happening here.
All right, so Rurian is going to try and get some, So we're trying to get some update as to what is happening with this, delivery there, the last delivery. So we're just trying to get an update as to what is happening. We're not sure if the game is over just yet. So we're just still seeing that West Indies need, 50 runs from about 8 deliveries. So and it seems as if we have resumed, playing, and we're still trying to get an understanding of what is going on.
All right, so not necessarily. I just got an understanding. What happened was there wasn't an appeal, so there wasn't an appeal apparently, and that's why the umpire didn't send it upstairs, and that's why they didn't get out. So you have to have an appeal for the umpires to make a decision, and they didn't appeal. So apparently that's what happened, and they didn't get that wicket. So elementary mistake made there by the Australians. You don't see that happening very often. You don't see them happening
But
very
I am
often.
laughing because this is definitely, and as you try to get some more information here, it seems as if it's going to bring this game into. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this game. So the game is continuing, and I guess what Australia is saying that the on-field umpire, he was close enough to see it. So they were thinking that perhaps he made the call upstairs, but that wasn't the case because he did not see it as a run out. So that becomes, problematic. And I guess we'll definitely listen to those ending interviews to hear what is happening. But Australia certainly, they're not they're not in favor of this umpire for sure. The ball is round. Still some problems there, on the field, they're still not happy with the decision. We have one over left and 47 runs in 6 balls. I don't know, Ruren. I don't know. We need some wide and some no ball. I don't know.
Definitely need some help with those amount of runs, but you wouldn't be a
I wonder if the emotions will get the better of them. Stonis is there.
so really, really interesting one here. Really interested as really interesting one here as this one comes down to a close. Stone is having a great game here, and many persons will not remember his batting, but he gave Mitchell he he gave Maxwell the strike lots when he was batting, turning over the strike to Maxwell, ensuring that Maxwell continued on with his momentum. And the Maxwell went on to score 100, a beautiful partnership with Stonis. And he won't be, if you don't watch the game, then you won't remember anything about. You wouldn't even see that in the stats any at all. You'll probably say he had a good game with the ball, but his role in that partnership was critical in a stage where the Australians were under a bit of pressure from the West Indians as Holder knocks this one into the stands, second tier, and that's a beautiful shot by Jason Holder there, telling the selectors and the team players that I could do well with a promotion as Natasha is suggesting. And that's a beautiful shot, short and hollow onto the pull in a flash, hitting that one flush into the second tier. And that's a good shot from Jason Holder. He moves on to 24 from 13 balls.
Yeah, for sure. Older, I've seen that just the style and how he plays, the flexibility. He needs to go. He needs to be promoted. He needs to go up in the batting order. Perhaps after the power play of try to give him about six or somewhere there-ish. I would say he's that kind of hitting guy. He kind of reminds me somewhat in just by watching just today's game, somewhat of how Maxwell would kind of turn and the flexibility, the height, and fearless in terms of going. And so I would love to see him be promoted for the next game. So I hope West Indies, I hope you're listening to me.
Oh boy, let's go. Two balls left in this contest. As so this comes into bowl to Holder, who knocks this one to fine leg, and they won't go through for the run. So Stone is short, getting it about waist high to hold, and he smacks that one into the stand. Let's see how many meters he got that one for. Probably about 80 meters, I would say. Not seeing that right now, but West Indies scoring over 200 runs, and that's good to see in the T20 format here. With the top order not firing, you have to give them credit for this one as Stonis comes into Holder and He knocks it back to Stones. He hits that one, try to run holder out. That one hits the stump. Stones appeals this time. They'll take it upstairs, I'm sure. They're Paul hugging. Their game is being played in great spirits. The Australians aren't too happy with what has gone on as it
On the
relates
field.
to the
And it's just so
relationship with
funny.
the umpire. As let's say Holder gets his boot down in time.
Oh,
Yes, so he'll get some
yes.
extra runs here. So Holder will get four more runs to his total, adding up to his overall performance in this team. So this is this is this is awesome.
Awesome,
Australia
awesome.
taking a 2-0 on unsurmountable lead in this contest here. And, to be honest with this game, not actually, the difference between the two teams was the big show. Maxwell, he was in a class by himself and he showed how good he is as a T20 player and notched up his fifth T20 I century, and he did that in just 55 balls, making 120 runs, half of the score of his team. You can't ask for more from that from your batter, and that's where West Indies lost this game. And I must say that it was a chanceless innings from Maxwell as well. It was a flawless innings. It was just his day and he played this one really really well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Good one. Last time we saw Warner, Australia, they have, some persons to pick. And this time, West Indies, struggled a bit in terms of, the losing some early wickets, in the, at the beginning there, and that cost us in the context of this game. But trust me, I think I need to start a campaign, promote Jason Older now because he just needs that opportunity, and I feel that being so low in terms of the batting order is not getting that opportunity for to show us what he can truly do. And so I would love to see him up and just seeing what Jason Older can do in this context. But I love what I am seeing with the West Indies. I'm still so proud of the West Indies in terms of the fight and how they're responding to a very top class quality team. And Ruren, I'm going to kindly ask you to just listen to these interviews because for sure I want to hear especially what the Australians they're going to say. Would love to hear from them in that regard. So right now Ruren is listening out for Johnson, and soon he'll provide us with an update. Johnson is being interviewed right now. And let us know in the chat too, what are your views on this game? So we're just getting some post-game interviews. So Ruren will share with you, pretty much a summary of, those interviews. Stay tuned and remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button.
All right, so Johnson's still there sharing, and soon we'll hear from Rurian. So, guys, if you're still here, thanks for sticking and staying with us. We really appreciate your support. And, please continue to support us. We'll be here all being well for the final T20 matchup between these two teams, and we'll see if the West Indies, can respond to Australia, whether they're batting first or second. And, that would be, important to see there. So we're still here just trying to get some, updates to share with you. And so West Indies, they failed to win this one again. So Australia won by 34 runs. All right. And so Australia now, as you know, is leading this T20 series 2-0. And so obviously they definitely, with 2 out of 3 games, definitely, winning this one. So right now we're still going to get some more information. Adam Gilchrist is there, and man of the match. And obviously, that must be the big Maxwell. So Ruben is just getting some updates there and will definitely share with us. All right. So just stick and stay as we try to get those updates for you. All right. So Glenn Maxwell is the player of the match. And as you know, with the player of the match here, Maxwell, he played some lovely shots, 12 fours and about 8 6s. So 120, for Maxwell there. And, he proved, to be a challenge for the West Indies. The bowlers could not really respond to Maxwell's batting in this one, and that for sure, resulted in Australia putting up a score of 241. And so Maxwell, contributed 120, in the context of that final total for Australia. Again, with that, 12 fours and 8 6s. So from that innings, 14 dot balls, 18 ones, 3 2s. All right. So a very, big innings there for Maxwell. And I'm seeing in the chat here, Franklin is saying, West Indies, you lost to Australia. Better luck next time. For sure. And let's keep rally around the West Indies. Let's keep on supporting them, cheering for them. They can only get better. And you're definitely welcome, Franklin. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for keeping it going in the chat there. So again, the player of the match is, Maxwell, Glenn Maxwell. So right now, Rovman Powell is up, and I'm sure Ruben is getting all the details there to share with us soon. So stick and stay, guys, and soon we'll get an update from Ruben. So Ravman Powell, they're sharing. All right. So again, we're just waiting for Ruren to share with us, but those interviews, post-game interviews, are still, happening. So Ruren is definitely listening for us and will share with us as soon as he can, after those interviews are done. And Franklin is saying, congratulations, Big Max. Definitely deserves that, beautiful innings there from Mr. Big Max himself, well played. And he gave the West Indies a headache, and the bowlers weren't able to, respond to Big Max today, and that's all right. We'll fight. We live to fight another day. The West Indies, they did great. They did fantastic too, and that's all there is in that context. Giving it your all, and we fall short sometimes. It's just life in general, life lessons. We win, we lose, and sometimes we may be losing, but at the same time, we're growing, we're improving. And so it just takes time. All right. It definitely takes time. All right. So, I'm getting the understanding now that March, he's now going to share, and this is going to be a critical moment in terms of this interview. So stick and stay, guys. We'll be with you momentarily. All right, still, getting an update there from the skipper, the Australian skipper, Marsh. So we're just waiting to get an update from Rurian. So Rurian is going to come in and share with us. All right, so Rurian, what do you have to share with us?
Hello, Natasha. Lots of information there. They did a few interviews with a few of the players there. We heard from Robman Powell. We heard from Michelle Marsh. But the first person that we heard from was Spencer Johnson, who was making he was playing for Australia, in front of his home crowd, and he said he was really happy to hear the crowd cheering when he was given the ball to bowl, and he really, appreciate the fact that he was able to get on this stage and was able to represent himself um really, really, really well. He said that he felt good. He really enjoyed, going out there and performing. He said he's a fan of Nicholas Puran. Pretty much said that he watched him playing cricket all around the world, and he said that bowling to him, with him getting off to that start, he said that you never know how it goes when you have these good players, and that's something that he mentioned really, 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 really well. Um, they also spoke to the player of the match, that was Glenn Maxwell, for his brilliant 120 that he scored. So Glenn Maxwell, he was saying that he was a bit frustrated in the initial part of his innings because he was unable to find the gaps. But he said as soon as he calmed down a bit, he was able to find the gaps, and was able to get his innings kick-started. He said that he also made a significant effort to target Akil Hussain. He said whenever Akil Hussain came on to bowl, he was planning to slog sweep him, to reverse sweep. He was just targeting him in order to put him under some pressure. So that was his approach. He said he feels good and he was able to hit the gaps, and he's happy for contributing to his team's success. The losing captain, Rovman Forward, he came out, he said that he was happy that the guys showed so much courage. He said that they lost out too many wickets up the front, and that put a lot of pressure on the middle order, and that's how it goes. He says when you have big scores like these, it's either that you're going to get close to it or you're going to lose badly. And I guess they got fairly close to that 242 today. He was asked about how was it defending against Rodman Powell, and he was saying it was not defending against Glenn Maxwell, I should say. So Rodman Powell said that defending against Glenn Maxwell was really hard because Maxwell, plays shots when the ball is close to him, and also when they're away from him, he's also able to find the boundary. So he's saying that Maxwell has lots of shots and it's hard defending against him. He said that he think the bowlers strayed away a bit from the plans that they had, and that cost them a few runs as well. He said that if the runs were 20 to 25 runs less, then they could have made a good game of this, or actually win this game. But that's what happened, you know, with his team. He's saying that the guys are still up for the challenge, and he's saying that 2-1 sounds a lot better than 3-0. So they're going to go to Perth and go in there to give their all in the third and final match of this series. Um, there was also an interview with Mitch Marsh, who credited his team for playing so well. He said that when West Indies came in that middle order there and got some wickets, he was thinking that they would fall away from their target of 200 and above 20 plus. He said that on that pitch, 220 would be par. He said that Glenn Maxwell, plays the wonderful innings, and you don't know, when he's out there batting, you're just like a fan, and you're not sure exactly what will happen with him, but he is such an entertainer, and he pulls lots of crowds in to the to the stadium. He also says that um, he's definitely a match winner, and he's really happy to have somebody like him in his team. He also gave great credit to Tim David, who did some good work in the back end there, scoring at above 200, uh, 200 strike rate at the end of the innings to help to propel that total to 240 plus. And he was also credited for the way he played in the last two games. And if you remember very well, Tim David was that player who got Australia up to that 213 in that last match because they lost all their, quite a bit of their strong players early, and he held it together in the end there. The last point that he made was that he said that the West Indies team is a quite formidable team. He says they back right down to 10, and he says Azari Joseph coming in at 11 can hit a few shots as well. So he knows that these guys were going to come hard at him, and he was happy that they were able to win this game again. But that's pretty much what happened as it relates to the interview that was done at the end of the game. Um, you know, for me, being a West Indian fan, I'm not too heartbroken in the sense that West Indies put up a show. It was a belter, a good batting pitch for sure, but West Indies, with losing so many wickets early in the chase, to still achieve a score of 200 plus is really commendable for them. Usually, where they would, fall away badly. But persons took on a bit of responsibility and tried their best. We saw Andre Russell there playing a few shots. Robman Powell, he did really well, and again Jason Holder, he put in a spirited performance there down at the end of that game. So, good game, I would say. A good game for spectators, especially if you're an Australian spectator. For the West Indies supporters, then we'll look at ways of refining this team and seeing how what would could be a better combination, a better way in which they could approach this this T20 format in order to ensure that they are able to win a few games, and looking forward to that World Cup coming up toward the end of the in the middle of this year, sometime there in June in the West Indies and um, USA. So that's pretty much it from this game. I totally believe that, Maxwell's innings was what changed the course of this game. And, you have to just give it to a player who has, that kind of capabilities and is able to execute on a particular day. It's no easy feat, and he is totally deserving of all the accolades that comes along with his innings.
For sure, Rorian, fantastic. Thank you for, those updates from the interviews. And on that, note of, thanking persons, I want to thank you too for, being a good co-host and, just taking us through this game. And I want to thank those of you in the chat for sticking and staying, for sharing, for viewing, for all the silent viewers and supporters. We appreciate you. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. So even after this live ends, tell a friend to tell another friend about the Voices in Education. Let us continue to grow together. We're trying to get to 2K subscribers, and you can help us. So, Franklin, I'm going to depend on you to share all the way in Guyana. So by the time we're done here, we should have, quite a few Guyanese here on this platform. So thanks again, Franklin, for calling in and for holding it down in the chat there. All right. And again, we West Indies did not win this one, but I'm sure they're taking away a lot of lessons from this game, as we do with life. So whenever we experience failure, all right, we rise depending on how soon we decide to take those lessons and move forward. All right. And so I want to wish you all the best, blessings and love. And, remember to exercise self-care, take care of yourself, and we'll see you in the next live. We do a lot of programs here, not just sports. And for sure, we do sports, track and field, cricket, football. So stick and stay, and ensure that you tap that bell. Turn on your post notifications. So tap the bell and select all so that you do not miss any updates from this channel. Blessings and love again, and we'll see you in the next live. Bye for now.